modify the beats.
1, 2, 3.
But that was too soft.
Jump up and get down.
Yeah, some good Frankie Valli. Yeah. I heard that song when I went to go see Iron Claw because it plays during the wedding scene. It was stuck in my head ever since. It is a very, very good song. All right, and I do believe we missed one from last time. So, Jimbug for $1. Love you guys. Yeah. Fag. All right. So, we are back. We are back. Man, Stephen Hawking was into some weird shit. Yeah. I have an exclusive clip from Stephen Hawking that I want to show you guys. So it leaked out. Some of the audio from when he was at Epstein Island leaked out. So here we go.
If you don't get those panties off right now, I will fucking run you over with this thing. Yeah, bitch, reach for that equation. You don't want to find out what daddy science will do to your black hole if that integral isn't solved in 60 seconds.
Alright, so let me get some context here. I don't know if it was saved here. It was not saved here. Okay. Give me 2 seconds to pull it up on Discord, because I know exactly what I'm going to type in for it. Should be... Okay, yeah, here it is. So a certain document was released yesterday. Yeah, here we go. So the Epstein list leaked yesterday. Leaked is the wrong word for it. It was released publicly. And it has a bunch of testimonial from people who were involved with Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking circle. And Stephen Hawking. Yes, that's Stephen Hawking, the guy in the wheelchair who used Microsoft Sam to talk, and he was a paraplegic and he couldn't move, was involved with the sex trafficking ring. The actual thing that he did is a million times more fucked up. He was involved in child sex orgies, at least according to some of the girls that were there. But the first one that came out revolving around Stephen Hawking was this edit of it, where, here, I'll just read it out word for word. Did Jeffrey ever talk to you about Stephen Hawking's proclivities? This is a testimonial from supposedly one of the victims, but this is an edit, so just be aware. Yes, he liked watching undressed midgets solve complex equations on a too high up chalkboard. I saw that, and I burst into tears laughing. I died laughing. I even made a post on Twitter where it's like, oh my god, I refuse to live in a world where this is not true. Sadly, it is not true. This is an edit. Stephen Hawking was involved with child sex trafficking in a much, much less funny way. So, but yeah, it's a thing where the list is out now. People are going through it. It's something like, here, I'll put it this way. It's something like 400 pages that were released yesterday, and they just released a bunch today. And people are going through it right now. So, obviously, that's a big fucking deal. The amount of people going, well, this doesn't really tell us anything new, I call bullshit. Because there's knowing, and then there's literally having a document to pull up and go, a girl accused you of being a goddamn rapist. That's not fucking good. So it's, difference between, oh, we all knew he was, and then, hey, there's literal on-paper documents. Who was on the list that was most unexpected? Not gonna lie, Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking was the one where I'm like, are you fucking joking? Al Gore was one, which I thought was funny, because Al Gore being on there just further pushes my thing of, man, the South Park guys really should not have apologized for Man Bear Pig, because it only ages better each time. Was Seth Rogen on there? Seth Rogen, as far as I'm aware, no. These are being released in batches, so we might know later. Stephen Hawking was on there? Yes. Trump wasn't on the list? Yeah. In this batch and the batch from yesterday, Trump was never accused. I think the smoking gun one was, they outright asked one of the victims, hey, did Trump ever make you do anything? He's like, no, it wasn't even on the island. Which leads into the fact that everyone kept pointing out, which is, if Trump was on the island or was involved with Epstein in any way, the media would have absolutely used that against him. That is the entire reason Epstein was there, to fuck over people. So, Eminem was on that list. I don't know if that's the new list or the one that came out a while ago and it was still super vague whether or not it was real. They apologized for that comment? Yeah, they dedicated an entire, 2-part episode to Man Bear Pig being real. To be honest, with how weed's been affecting Seth Rogen, I don't think he could get up to do anything to the girls. Started becoming a supporter for your Patreon, saw what you posted, and now start drinking. Yeah. What about Tom Hanks? Unsure about Tom Hanks, but Tom Hanks, when Epstein was arrested, got out of America, so he was always weird. Was Spielberg on the island? I'm hearing people say Spielberg was there. I've still not seen it, so I don't know. Eminem was old list, yeah. And there are people who are pointing out that the people named, it depends on the context because these are all witness testimonials and all that. So there could be instances where they went to the island but did not engage in any of the sex with underage girls, and they might have been shielded from it. So Epstein could still hold that against them, but they just didn't know. So it's like a thing where if a celebrity wants to become politically active and start going against the tribe, very convenient word choice. I don't even know why that jumped to mind. That's such a weird word to use. But point is, they could approach them one day and be like, "Hey, that island I had you party on, that had underage girls on it. You're now involved in international sex trafficking," that kind of thing. So there's back and forth, and people are trying to look into the context of each one. Yeah, some people are saying Oprah ran to Switzerland. Yeah, supposedly she ran to Switzerland. Bill and Hillary supposedly are not in America. Bill Clinton's getting the worst of it, for good reason. Bill Clinton is the most over-the-top evil one. I know people are going like, well, we already knew about Bill. I don't think people really understand the weight of Bill Clinton getting outed like this, Bill Clinton was an inner circle member. He was Arkansas Mafia, quite literally. Boys on the Railroad, all that shit, Iran-Contra. He was balls deep in every single modern American corruption story out there. So him getting outed and buried like this, that's a big deal. There's also people like Jimmy Kimmel's catching a bunch of it because he's friends with Epstein's chef. And famously, when Aaron Rodgers, the football player, made allusions to Kimmel being on the list, he freaked the fuck out and threatened to sue him. It's a thing where this is something that I think has a lot more weight than people want to admit. Any talk show host, as stated, Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel, people are suspecting Colbert's going to be on it. I think from the bottom of my heart, Colbert's on it. Colbert and Bill Maher are the two where I'm like, I think they were probably on it. I don't know for sure yet because it's not out in full, but we will know. Bill Clinton was in Iran-Contra? Yes. Famously, if you ever watch American Made, the movie with Tom Hanks where it's literally about Iran-Contra, he moves to Arkansas. And in the time period he moves to Arkansas, Bill Clinton was in office over there. Meanwhile, there was a Fed-op mass shooting today in the words of Okayasu. Ain't that wacky? Very much so. Wasn't it Jimmy Fallon? He would be another one I'm not really that surprised about. David Copperfield? Yeah, supposedly David Copperfield was on the list. How about Louis C.K., George Carlin? I haven't seen them. The list is public, so you can look at them. So, obviously, the Anons are going to be digging through it. Watch out for fake edits of it. There are absolutely going to be edits that will essentially try to get people to go like, well, what the fuck's even the real version? That is just going to happen. It happened with the Stephen Hawking with the midgets. It was funny, but that is a fake edit to distract people, This is going to be a South Park episode. Probably 5 years later when it's safe to talk about. Dungeon Meshi OP is lackluster. We have not seen it yet. We're going to watch on Anime Night. Thanks to the fact there might not be arrest, but there's a mass sustain anyone involved. There's going to be people to drop Oprah because of this. Exactly. There might not be mass arrests, but this is absolutely going to be career enders. Like it's going to be it's going to be something to where if you were tied to this in any way, shape, or form, so long as people remember how big of a deal this was, it will kill their career. Kevin Spacey is still dealing with that. They keep trying to go, oh, well, Kevin Spacey's back. He's acting in movies now. No one's heard of that motherfucker in a long-ass time. Yeah, he's not in prison, but his career's over with. Were the Cuomo's on it? That would not surprise me. Already suspecting the false flags already happened. Mossad tapes are now out of sight. Well, I mean, yeah, they took that when they raided the island. That was like fucking 4 years ago. Mel Gibson's watching and laughing. Mel Gibson's laughing his ass off. Especially since it's almost now directly proven that Epstein was working with the Mossad and Israel. So, you see the guy who fake docs Pippa is still hung up about a year later. Last night, practically called her fans pedos. Yeah, that's not surprising. Also, like I said, even if nobody gets the books thrown at them, everyone now has the right to shame and throw a rotten fruit at them every chance they virtue signal. Exactly. It's like, how do you come back from that? How do you come back from that? It's like, oh, all those dumb country folk and their redneck ways, and people go, hey, at least we weren't on island fucking children. Is the gem Keanu good? As far as I'm aware, Keanu was not on there. Another one who famously was not on there was Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson never stepped foot on the island, which is further proof he was not a pedo. Because if Michael Jackson was a pedophile, why would not go to the most infamous child trafficker? What happened to Mel Gibson? Mel Gibson famously was thrown out of Hollywood because he got drunk and went on a rant about Jews, and has made multiple statements about how he despises Hollywood culture and wants to be independent. Is Epstein Island the reason people keep talking about sex workers' rights? There's some theories to it. I think a very simple way to guess who was on the list is who pushed the messages the hardest. Yeah, exactly. Stephen Hawking was in some weird shit with midgets. No, that's an edit. Stephen Hawking just did orgies with children. Dark Homicide, $5 is still saying it's your third. I don't know. I just bought Jeff Dunham's tickets, and if he's on the Epstein list, I'll be fucking floored. I loved him as a kid. Yeah, I don't know about him. As stated, these are going to be released in batches, so we will not know. And make sure to read whenever someone name drops somebody, because right now they're trying to do a thing where, well, Trump was named in the doc, Trump was named in the Epstein list. Then you read into it, and it's them specifically saying he never liked Epstein and wanted to stay away from him. So they will try to do that. There's some linguistics at play, in the words of Styx Hexenhammer. Kanye must be so mad all this happened until a year after he popped off. Yeah, right? Stephen Hawking did what with children? Dunham only plays with dolls, not girls. Exactly. Now, Peanut, he would absolutely rape a kid. Yes, I'm aware of Jeff Dunham. Judge me all you want. Fuck you. Epstein's ties to Mossad have been a known thing. Ghislaine's dad was a suspected Mossad spy for a long time. Yeah. And it's now coming out. There was a guy who just dropped a book the exact same day as the list was made public, who is alleging that Monica Lewinsky was working as an agent for Mossad and specifically seduced Bill Clinton so they can get blackmail on him. His exact words were, her fans are mad because I broke the illusion she's not 12 years old. He hasn't learned a thing. Well, I mean, right now, that dude's Mox Nix. That dude's Mox Nix. And why did Trump use Epstein's jets? Because he was flying from Florida to New Jersey. When I see it, Michael Jackson was a fall guy extract from other Hollywood predators. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, Trump only took one of Epstein's planes to New Jersey and barred him from all properties. Yeah, famously, he threw his ass out of Mar-a-Lago and specifically said he keeps trying to, he keeps trying to be sexually inappropriate with my employees here. I don't like that motherfucker. Which is the most shocking? As stated, Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking was the one where I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I will spend $5. MJ was very strategic and surgical with his life, being a pop star from a young age. Why wouldn't he be the same if he was a Pedro? Doesn't make sense. Yeah. Yeah, the Mossad Israel thing really caught me off guard. Not really surprising, but at the same time, damn, everyday people are becoming justifiably anti-Semitic. You shouldn't be anti-Semitic. You should be anti-Israel. And even then, don't be pro-Palestine. Just be anti-Israel. Orion for $2. Do I betray Reed or Songbird? Do both. Both paths are really cool. Wait, Stephen Hawking was a pedophile? According to the list, yes. Slama Scout, $5. Hey, just bought Baldur's Gate and playing Big Scary Nordbane. His life goal is to destroy the elven race via breeding into non-existence. Let's pay him $2. Also, Sony fucked him because they wanted his shares. Yeah, a lot of people think that the doctor that sold him drugs might have been paid a little bit extra to slip him a hot shot. That's been a theory for a bit. I'm just anti-pedo. There you go. MJ had alluded to Jews running the music industry, and we're trying to fuck them back in the 90s. Yeah, Because anyone who had the rights to Michael Jackson's music was a fucking billionaire. Because not only did Michael Jackson's music make a bunch of money, but Michael Jackson also owned the rights to the Beatles' music. And the Beatles' music is a bunch of money. Yeah, I think Michael Jackson was poisoned. There are some people who think that. You know, it's like slip him some that was like mixed with something a little bit stronger than he was used to. Cause no D. Boom. Did Hawking's dick even work? That is the question. Trump is the only person who aided the investigation against Epstein. Supposedly, Trump has a huge noblesse oblige towards his staff. Yeah. Yeah, did you try to call Tekken racist and Harada quote treat him? Yeah. He has the Beatles music. Yeah, he had the rights to the Beatles music for a while because he knew very, very intelligently that the Beatles music was a fucking money printer. Wait, what? He owned the Beatles? He didn't own the Beatles. He owned the right to their library because by the time Michael Jackson bought it, they were broken up and it was over with. Plus, I think John was dead and someone else was dead. But the point is, yeah, he bought the library to their music. Because it's like companies buying rights to artists and all that. So he bought that and was sitting on it, and Sony was pissed off for a while because they wanted to buy it from him. And he knew Sony would fuck him. Yeah, John and George, yeah. Was George already dead by that point? I don't know. When did George die? Yeah, George Harrison was dead since 2001. Okay. Yeah, MJ was majority shareholder of Sony Music at one point, and they tried to buy him out on top of owning his Beatles collection. Yeah. We're tired of these rich, powerful, old elite, greedy pedophiles running the world. Cool it with the anti-Semitism. Didn't MJ make a killer song with Paul McCartney? Would not be surprising. Paul worked with fucking everybody. Is Ringo the only one left? No, Paul's still alive as far as I'm aware. If they actually had anything even close to real about Trump and Epstein, they would have used it almost a decade ago. That's what I think, yeah. Mark 99 for $2. Sup, Lolly, drink some what? Wait, what the fuck about Stephen Hawking? Yeah, right. Reminder, geeks, the entertainment industry, especially the music industry, can rival the Russian mafia when it comes to very dark underground dealings. Yeah. Context for Hawking is that he was implied in the email that Jeff sent. Plus, there were pictures of Hawking on the neighboring island next to St. James. Yeah. My brother's been laughing his ass off since the list of vindication for his view about Hollywood moral fagging being fake, and coworkers been eating a lot of crow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I found a song. It's called Say, 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 Trust Me. Yeah. Last day, Paul worked with everybody. Was Rift Apart any good, or was it dumb fun? It looked like it was going back to old roots and playing with gun stuff rather than being 2016. I thought it was good. Very fast-paced. So it felt like we were almost towards the end of the game, just out of the 2 streams we did. All right. I got my foot massager on in case you hear any buzzing beneath me. Michael Jackson was a broken man. His father abused him so hard he stayed mentally scarred forever. Neverland was one big way of coping. Yeah. Bill Nye, Steve Hawking, Neil Tyson, Richard Dawkins. Never trust those guys. Did Bill Nye the Science Guy go to the goddamn fucking pedophile island? Oh, God. Why am I even asking? Of course he did. Oh, my God. Did you see the video of the dude who jumped over a judge's podium in Clark County after she refused to grant bail? Yeah. Not to get too distracted, did you ever try Kingdom Come Deliverance? Yeah. I always get filtered when you have to start fighting multiple people because that is just not fun. He isn't named. Oh, thank God. Michael Jackson. Yeah. So you think the list can put a black eye to Hollywood for the year, or consumers so brain dead and not even care about that? It's something to where, so long as people stay with it and don't just buy product after they see someone on the list is part of it, it's more than just posting about it on Twitter. Definitely post about it on Twitter because it's very funny, and yeah, you should throw it back in their face. But it's also a thing where it's like, dude, fuck these people. Like, fuck these people. No, I'm not going to watch your goddamn movies. You're a fucking pedophile. Of course, Bill Nye went to the island. How else would we have gotten the idea for my sex junk song? Yeah. Bill Nye isn't named, but given his behavior in recent years, highly likely. As stated, it's incomplete right now. They're releasing it in batches. Every day is a new possibility. Slum Skeleton for $2. Also, Disco Elysium. I will show communist taters. Name that would really break people would be Robin Williams. Yeah. He's one I have hope he wasn't. Any rappers on the list? I know Cat Williams came out and was trying to throw like fucking Chris Tucker under the bus and saying he was tied to Epstein, which is something that I think is going to happen a lot. You're going to start seeing Hollywood types throw each other under the bus and go, well, you knew Epstein. Well, no, you partied with Epstein, that kind of thing. Apparently there's a snorkeling thing for kids at Epstein Island that cruises would go to let kids play, Little James Island. Yeah. I always thought if Trump had dirt from Epstein's screwery, it would be mutually assured destruction as everyone's dirty laundry would have to be aired. Nah, if it was specifically to gun after Trump, they have shown that they have the ability to just bullhead, forward, like bull charge forward. Because, January 6th thing, they managed to convince a large chunk of the country that Trump was a terrorist planning to take down the government, and it wasn't even real. They just knew how to frame videos right. If there was any way, shape, and or form Trump was tied to Epstein, that's all they need to gun at him. That's all they need. They could ruin his fucking life. And people would agree with it, because, fuck that guy. If he's tied to Epstein and was raping kids, fuck that guy. There wouldn't be political loyalty. You'll have the psychos, but it's like, at that point, no, fuck that guy. Just be absolutely sure. Did they ask about Michael Jackson, confirm he wasn't there? People have been saying he never stepped on the island. Been reading Cajun number 8. I have not kept up with it, no. Who is someone you were happy wasn't on the list and surprised who wasn't? As stated, Michael Jackson, I'm happy he was not there. Supposedly George Lucas wasn't there either, which I think is interesting. A lot of people still going on about Trump with Epstein's mostly DeSantis fans. Yeah. Bet Hunter's on the island. Oh, yeah. People have noticed names that have been blacked out and missing. I guarantee one of the ones that's blacked out and missing is Biden. I guarantee there's no fucking way on God's green earth that they were not tied there. Trump also has a type, and it's very much 90s supermodels for good reason. Apologize to George, Disney shills. Slowly becoming a conspiracy theorist. I hate being right. Well, it's literally just, oh yeah, look at this story, and then ask yourself, well, why wouldn't that happen? Why do people think George Lucas went to the island? No, that's the thing. It's the opposite. Supposedly, George Lucas, in literally the exact same page where they were talking about Trump not being there, they also confirmed George Lucas was not there. What are some of the big names on the list? The big one at the moment is Dershowitz. They're trying to come out and say, well, Dershowitz was confirmed never to have sex, but no. No, there's like smoking gun shit that he was very intimately aware and went to that island multiple times. No point to bring up with Trump. Under his administration, they were making waves against human trafficking, sex trafficking. Ain't that interesting? Yeah. What about Spielberg? I have heard from this new drop, Spielberg's on it, but I need to see it first, and we need to be sure it's not an edit. Pharrell Williams, Kevin Spacey, Stephen Hawking, lots of Israeli dual citizens. Yeah. Testimony from witnesses said that they met MJ at Jeff's property in Florida, but never on the island or sex stuff. Yeah. So it's still up in the air. We may never get the full documents. No, not until 60 years later. We make a video on this? No. Not really planning on dipping my hand in that piranha's pool. When I named those I don't trust, wasn't saying that they were on the list. I just lost respect for them over time, and they've been acting sus. More political people got. Oh, no, I know. And that's been something I was saying ever since the Epstein shit kicked off, which is people who were like really, really, really diehard anti-Trump kept getting outed for shit. So it would not shock me in the slightest if a lot of them were found to have been on the island. Alchemist 1999 for $5. Really starting to think the whole purpose of Epstein the island was to have dirt on the rich and powerful by the true puppet masters. Epstein clearly had someone behind him. Epstein's death was sloppy on purpose. Maybe everyone was thinking, no, you're not even overthinking. You're just right. I mean, yeah, that's exactly what it was. That's why I think a lot of the people, I don't want to say a lot. I think there were a fraction of the people who were on the island specifically to just say they were there, and maybe not all of them engaged in the sex trafficking shit with kids. But enough of a fraction is there that to that point, it's guilt. It's guilt by association. You know, it's like, even if you say you didn't know, you went to the island, and that is something that should follow you for a long-ass time. No for $1. So on a lighter and still concerning note, how down bad is Shaq going to be tonight? You think Wendigo would make a video on this? I think it'd be a good idea to not talk about this for a little while. Obviously, still talk about it on Twitter because Twitter right now is letting you do whatever you want, but big sites like YouTube and Facebook and all those, they will nuke you off the face of the earth if you want to talk about this. You have to tread lightly. Man, Lolly and Joder on the list chat. How long until people start making false accusations like this to happen? I would be very, very happy if people thought I was that rich. I'd be happy to be that rich. Ugh. Beat Benedicta and Garuda and FF16. Really fun bosses. Yeah. Took them 5 years to share this after FOI request, and this is just like 1% of a decades-long blackmail operation. Yeah. So yeah, they managed to turn Epstein's death into a Reddit meme. Yeah, that's dumbass kids. People that went there at the very least saw shit and said nothing. That's kind of how I view it. You know, they wrote off as like, oh, well, it's like, you know, international waters. It's like party times. Like, those are kids. You know, it's like, those are kids. You know, if your definition of like party time, yeah, let's get crunk and wasted is fucking underage kids that have been sex trafficked, go fuck yourself. All right. Swapping on over. That's on midgets trying to solve hard equations. Very, very funny. Are all the kids girls? I have a feeling that while a lot of them were, I don't think all of them are, because he had to adhere to a very diverse clientele. Just take drugs like a normal rich person. Well, the drugs lead to this shit. You know, they get hopped up. They don't know what they're doing. Lock them in a room with an underage prostitute. Boom, there you go. You got blackmail. Smart thing to do is just stay the fuck away from this shit. Become a monk or something. Be like Ted Nugent. Live on a ranch. Shoot deer. And Crowder proved that Epstein was killed. There's no way to kill himself. And why would he kill himself? Yeah, just basic common sense. Hey, head of an international sex trafficking ring dies in prison. You're not going to think suicide. Wasn't one of the Coreys involved in sex trafficking? I know Corey Feldman and Corey Haim were abused. I don't know if they were tied to it. I'd hope not, because that is just further credence to the idea of someone who is a victim will go on to victimize others, which would just be depressing. All right, so we still got to do the two here. What a way to start the year. I think it's interesting. I mean, like I said, I know a lot of people are trying to be like, oh, well, it's nothing will ever happen, you know, nothing ever happens. Like, dude, that's not the way to look at this, you know. It's not a matter of nothing ever happens. It's the fact that you now have something to throw against them over and over and over again. Who do you hope is on the list? As stated, I am convinced Bill Maher and Stephen Colbert are on the list. I am convinced of it. Stephen Colbert, because he was one of the most frothing at the mouth, hate-filled, angry people at Trump. He was a fucking dick. So he's one where I'm like, okay, that just makes sense. The other one, Bill Maher, I'm convinced of it ever since he tried to morally grandstand on the grab him by the pussy clip, where Trump is like, oh yeah, you can grab him by the pussy and they'll let you do whatever you want, that kind of thing. And he was like trying to make a big deal of that. And one of the Playgirl bunnies added Bill Maher on Twitter and said, "You have no right to talk. Do you want to know what some of the girls know you did at the Playboy Mansion?" And ever since that came out, I was like, I'm interested. Can be one hell of a domino effect. That's what I think. I think it's gonna be a domino effect. Now we're gonna be waiting a little bit here. We're back to waiting. This is gonna suck. Afraid to ask, but how is BreadTube taking this, considering none of them are so morally relativistic, they would think this is okay? I have no idea. Probably gonna be a bunch of coping and, like, picking out the rhinos, like the people who are technically Republican and going, well, see, the right wing loves pedophilia. Or complaining about how Pizzagate's now back and relevant. Because, I mean, I would just say this. If you don't believe in Pizzagate at this point, you're fucking stupid. You are fucking stupid. Like, hey, the conspiracy theory that the world government is all involved in an international sex trafficking operation is not real. Oh, by the way, Epstein, a guy who headed an international sex trafficking operation with help from world governments, just died in prison, and we now have a list of people that have been proven to go to his island used for international sex trafficking. RedTube's trying to name right-wingers in the list, but mostly saying go to jail. Yeah. Was Pizzagate? Pizzagate was after the Seth Rich leaks of the DNC. Specifically, the leaks that proved that they stole the election for Bernie Sanders in 2016, and a bunch of other sleazy stuff. Well, the thing is, he also leaked out a bunch of emails from John Podesta, which made explicit references to pizza. Pizza, fast food, I think hot dogs were also mentioned as well. And people kind of put two and two together and thought, he is a million plus tier Democrat employee. There's no way he's ordering fucking Domino's pizza. What the hell is he talking about? And as it turns out, very common slang among pedophiles, as dictated by the FBI, is pizza. Cheese pizza, pepperoni pizza, stuff like that. And it's different forms of child porn and child slaves. So the theory was, of course, the world government's involved with an international sex trafficking operation. Which, yeah. Wargame 341, $5. Did you see the fan animation of the Berserk Guts versus Rosine fight? It was incredible. All made by All in All. It was okay. It still looks like fan anime, and I'm just kind of tired of... I'm tired of people hyping them up. It's like, I mean, I get it. They're fans. They wanted to care, but it's just... I'm tired. It wasn't just making references. It was all he word, like, these hot dogs are especially succulent. Yeah, exactly. It was like stuff where it's very obviously not what he's talking about. Winner lane $5. This list is gonna put separate art from an artist to the ultimate test. Yeah. Meanwhile, in hilarious or maybe harsher from other perspectives in hindsight, a lot of shows like Family Guy, Dick wrote a lot of people like Bill Clinton aged very poorly. Yeah. Mark DeTrue, remember him, the Epstein of Europe that had Dutch in his pocket. Yeah. Yeah, Trump thought Epstein was a creep. Everyone else didn't know anything. Yeah, that to me is the insulting thing. Everyone going, well, we didn't know. It's like, how many people did not know? Like, how is it possible this many people didn't know when there's pictures of him all over the fucking place? Zim Despot, $5. I'd be very surprised George Lucas is on the list, mainly because the Hollywood executives on the list. His despise for them is well known. Yeah. Debunk some breadtuber coping and seething over the list. Yeah, it's like that kind of thing where they're trying to cope and say Bill Clinton's not a pedophile because the only thing they have is him saying he liked him young. It was like Trump saying he liked him young. And it's like, well, that could mean anything. That could mean he just likes women in his 20s. And the only response is, motherfucker, he went to an island full of child sex slaves 76 times. Did he just really like the buffet? We'll spend $5, funny enough, compared to other celebs. I don't think Hugh Hefner was accused of malpractice other than like one girl. Most of the girls loved him. Yeah. And notice what happened after Hugh died. Was Weird Al on that list? I'm hoping and praying he's not. I really hope so as well. 76? Yes, they had the literal flight logs. He went to the island almost 100 times. Him, Alan Dershowitz, the fucking dude who headed the anti-Trump Russiagate investigation, that motherfucker, the lizard-looking dude, he went to that island a bunch of times. Literally every major politician that gunned after Trump was outed in some way being tied to a child sex operation. Why simp for Clinton? Got him basically fucked the country. For some reason, Democrats in the 90s loved Bill Clinton, and now they're learning that was a very bad idea. Steele? No.
He turned us into fucking
with how they let Weinstein slide with shit, it's obvious they aren't going to rock the boat. And that's what a lot of it is. It's just not rocking the boat. I'd have more respect for a celebrity that came out now and said, I knew and I didn't say anything because I didn't want to be fucking killed. It's like, I would at least respect that. We're like, hey, we knew the consequences if we spoke out. But then, like, if they try to do the rats on a sinking ship thing and just try to fuck each other over to save their own skin because they were involved, nah, all should get the axe. Yeah, the buffet Epstein had was to die for. People lied about being pedos to get some of that all-you-can-eat shrimp. Yeah, right? Hope the Bush dynasty was on the list. Fuck that family. I believe every single major politician we have seen on TV was in some way tied to that. Like, bottom of my heart. with how hard they railed after Trump, how much they spun this when it came out, there's no way they didn't at least know. Celebrities are all cowards, yeah. I think it's going to cause more people to switch and vote red. I don't know. I don't know what this is going to do, because this is an equal opportunity, series of pain. There's going to be a bunch of rhinos that get outed, rightfully so. And it's just further proof of uniparty, which is the right and left divide has been artificial conflict for the sake of manipulating retards. And essentially kicking off not quite class warfare, but preventing them from hanging the pedophiles in control of the government. Think anyone from the Candies on that list? Maybe? Is McConnell on the list? I hope so. We don't know who is and who isn't just yet. At least not all of them, as they're doing it in batches. And there have been people who requested their names be removed. Which I don't know why. I don't know why you would listen to that, where it's like, no, you were tied to an international sex trafficking operation. You don't deserve peace. Any wrestlers on the list? Supposedly The Rock. Supposedly. For all we know, they might try to double down and do something stupid. That is, yeah. I have hope God's judging these people and keeping hell warm. That is the hope. But this is one of those situations where it's like, God wants mankind to do something. He wants to do something to where if I describe it, I get banned. I mean, this is one of those moments where in the Bible, after it's said and done and nothing ever happens and they're not punished, you die and go to heaven and God's like, what the fuck? I gave you every single chance in the world. Why didn't you? And batches are going to remove some famous people from the list. Well, they outright admitted they're going to do that. Apparently, leftists are now adopting a conspiracy theory called Project 2025, where there's a cabal of right-wingers who will control the election. Man, isn't that some fucking cope? If I speak, I'm in big trouble. So you're a niche gamer, made an article showing a list of all localization, all the games that were butchered, and Twitter people are sending death memes. Yeah. All right, so I actually have to pay attention here. I gotta be a good boy. Gotta be a good tank. Beat up the scorpions. Kick the law fell into the mob. Calling out nonsense was always a deadly endeavor. Remember when some independent British journos tried to out Jimmy Savile with fucking Scotland Yard, raid them and took it all. Yeah. It's something people have noticed out where the federal government will spend much more time and effort trying to protect pedophiles than if they just got rid of the fucking pedophiles. Remember WikiLeaks? Yeah. Thoughts on the right-wing pinup calendar? We just got artists that are openly right-leaning. Less weird if you have GF wife and doesn't have the parasocial factor. I don't care. Shane Boatwright for $2. Temtara Hard's easy, my favorite Realm Reborn dungeon. I haven't done the hard version of it, so I'm not gonna lie. When I hit my first Q wall when I was doing my main, and I was in a Realm Reborn patch quests, I just said fuck it. I just bought the skip. I couldn't do it anymore. It was killing me. But yeah, this is pretty good so far. When there's a pride, there is a fall. That is very true. You know, that song was kind of apt because it was a song about someone ruining their own life. I was like, you know what? That works. So if there's some people that are requesting their names off the list and ain't just them telling themselves not the 40 chess move they think it is. Yeah, because, like, Bill Clinton publicly asked for his name not to be mentioned. Now, granted, as stated, there are situations where the context is different, to where it's like just because they're on the list doesn't mean, well, just because they're named in the document does not mean that they were involved in child sex trafficking. Some of them were specifically lawyers asking, did this person do anything? But obviously media can take that out of context and go, X person was named in the document, and they can fuck their career up. So there are situations where I could understand it. The big thing is I'm not going to let that be the distraction to where it's like, no, anybody named in this, I'm going to be like, fuck you. Can you imagine how much of a nightmare Soviet-occupied Japan would be under Stalin? Yeah, it would suck. This game for me, if Genshin Quest and some of the points between Dungeon and FF16 bored me to tears. Yeah, this game's really good. Now, Realm Reborn is a glorified tutorial, so be aware of that. Yeah, God. Christina Cope, the Stowerblade model is based on a real person after saying designs the bygone era, the saying she looks 12. Yeah. I saw the guy who you're talking about, and he blatantly just made himself look like a pedophile. Because people are like, this is a woman in her mid-20s. Like, well, she looks like a 12-year-old boy. It's like, what 12-year-old boys have you been looking at? Because that says a lot about you. And that to me has kind of like always been the big point about people who whine about this shit. It's like, no, you're the one getting all pissy because you can't look at an attractive woman without thinking about porn. You have $2. Well, dude, right now I'm not gonna be able to look at Streamlabs at the moment. You're gonna have to give me a bit. Like I am with other people, so I do not want to fuck them over right now. She definitely doesn't look 12. Yeah, right? It's like, no, that is just dumbass cope of people who do not like pretty women because they've been told that's a horrible thing and they're bad people. It's like, no, you're a fucking retard. If you have the status effect that causes damage, stay away from me. Rance turns 35 today, yeah. Bill Maher strikes me as the type of guy to have a dead hooker in his car trunk. As I think Bill Maher absolutely was involved with that shit. To me, it's just like, why would I not assume that? Oh, that guy's fucked. If you have the status effect, stay away from us, you fucking idiot. Alright, now. No, for $1. Never mind. Okay, give me a sec. Cope person, I have $2. Reset the clock. Matt said some Coomer Cope. Oh, yeah. He's trying to say, like, well, you can't say, haha, Hollywood beat the fuck out about Godzilla -1 because Japanese labor laws means that they couldn't have a higher budget. And it's like, dude, that's just further proof that the system America uses with Hollywood studios is fucking awful. Face when your team ends up being Bacchus. I don't understand what the fuck that guy was doing. He had the status effect that does damage to you. Just stay the fuck away from us. The document mentions they're on the island, didn't do shit. Why go all the way to hide it? Again, just telling on themselves. Yeah. Now, we do have the status effect that fucks us up, but it's like, you know. Oh, wait, no, we don't. Okay, yeah. Got a pink circle, should be using it to kill all the zombies, otherwise get a bajillion. Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, see? Lalafell knows what to do. Stay away from us. Hollywood budget has been hilariously overinflated. Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, it is in fact a moment of Hollywood beat the fuck out because it's a movie with a low budget but has a shitload, and I mean shitload of return to it. That's every single thing Hollywood producers want. They want a movie that costs maybe $1 million to make and it makes $100 million at the box office. Ah, fucker. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Got 14 content when I return to 14. Level up my other class. Planning to finish Yakuza 7 and Guiding for Infinite Wealth. Yeah. Alright. Use a floppy disk? No. No one uses a floppy disk anymore. Did you guys die? Yeah. Oop. That was Matt's problem. Well, the thing is, a lot of people right now, especially people who like call out Hollywood shit in videos, a lot of them are admittedly quarter-saying grifters, but point is that what they are saying is not bad, because what they're saying is Godzilla Minus One is proof you don't need a movie to cost $600 million, which will only fuck the studio and no one will... There's no possible way that can make its money back, and it's a blatant example of Hollywood accounting. What was the Mossad connection exactly? So, famously, Jeffrey Epstein is Jewish and has dual citizenship in Israel. Ghislaine Maxwell is also famously Jewish with dual citizenship in Israel, and specifically has a father who... There we go. Specifically has a father that was ex-Mossad. So she has a dad that is ex-Mossad, has dual citizenship in Israel, and was tied to the biggest international sex trafficking operation in the world. You tell me. What's man $2? Hollywood's basically a Venezuela because the unions. Yeah. Well, more than that, they just don't know how to use their fucking money. Here, just run towards me. Blow me up. Blow me up. How do they keep all dropping? Motherfucker. Her theory, Epstein was working for MI6 to get Durant leads. I think he worked for that. I think he worked with everybody. I think he just worked with everybody. Never said Hollywood budget's like, how do you spend $100 million on a 2-hour thing? Yeah, right. Do you understand why Twitter people always wishing someone horrible to happen to a user they don't agree with some form of comedy? Well, it's Schadenfreude. Was Canadian Prime Minister on the list? We don't know. Also, they keep making crap in California due to unions because of basically, yeah. Alright. Big pink AOE should not be in a way. Gotta kill zombies with it or you die. Oh, okay, okay. Whatever happened to John McAfee's hidden hard drive that had Epstein's client list and flight logs? I don't know. Probably taken by the FBI. Think Harrison Ford's on the list? I don't know. Considering Robert De Niro's beliefs, wouldn't be surprising if he was on the island. Didn't he outright move to Italy? And people may note that Italy had a lower age of consent than America. Right, come on, guys. I believe in you. There we go. Okay, okay, okay. I understand a little bit now. Talking about Hollywood, are you going to stream the movies again? The stream was really fun. I plan to. It would be really fun. I found out that there's a studio trying to do basically a spiritual remake called like Blockbuster Inc. It has a demo. It's still really early. Really, really early, and you can tell. It's not... It is not quite there yet. You can't even watch the movies when you make them, and like every building is the same layout. It's early. It's crusty. There we go. Oh my god. I don't want these. I don't want these. That was Tom Hanks moving to Greece for pedo recovery therapy is improved by government healthcare. I know Tom Hanks, but Robert De Niro also moved to Italy. Illinois gun owners told the government to fuck off. Only a little over 400,000 rifles been registered. Or no, 44,000 rifles been registered. Come on, there we go. Remember getting stuff in this dungeon dozens of times. Yeah. To its credit, it doesn't fuck around. To be fair, probably moved because he looks like a mobster. Nah, this was around the time Epstein got arrested in the first place. And if you read into De Niro's history, he got in trouble for something like that before. He's like, nah, I think he got himself into shit he should not have. You hear a lot of, about a lot of elites building bunkers now. Yeah, I know. Fucking Mark Zuckerberg is, and a few other people. And you missed the latest Twitter freak meltdown. Some guy trying to dunk on AI bros. AI failed a painting that wasn't supposed to be completed. Thing is, ours was gay. Funny ensued. Yeah. Okay. So it's them saying all those bad things, just them trying to make themselves feel better, not caring how horrible it makes them sound. Yeah. Damn it. There we go. Was Michael Douglas on the list? I don't know. They're releasing it in batches. Looking forward to the election season this year? Oh, yeah. This election season is going to be very interesting. I mean, that's the thing. This shit's all coming out in an election year. It says to watch my live stream or watch Aqua Teen Uncle Force DVDs. You can't do that, otherwise they gun you for copyright. What's in the film Falling Down, the shitty Napoleon movie? Falling Down's really good. Are people asking about who was on the list? Because that stated the list came out, so people want to know. It's like, was this guy on it? Was this dude on it? It's a reasonable thing to ask. And plans from the year? Also, probably releasing them in batches, not tank the world economy. Because it's the list. Yeah, it's like... It's a little bit self-explanatory. It's like it's the fucking Epstein list. Kurt Russell's on the list. Bit of my soul may die. Not gonna lie, same. I mean, I'm fully expecting like Quentin Tarantino was probably on it. He famously defended Roman Polanski, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is literally him simping for Roman Polanski. So it's like, yeah, not great. You're Stephen Hawking was on it? Yeah. And like not in a insignificant manner. Do you think Biden Jr. was on the list? I think I think Hunter and Joe were both on it. And I think they are some of the names that were removed. Because if it came out that a sitting U.S. president was on the fucking Epstein list, holy shit. Have you ever played Marathon Trilogy? I have not. I did watch the Mandalore videos, which is the reason the new generation even gives a fuck about Marathon. Or people are searching for BlackRock CEO's name. That would definitely be a smart one. There are a bunch of hedge fund managers. There was a billionaire up in New York that famously like shuffled himself and his wife out of New York like as fast as possible when the fucking list came out. We would expect that Hawking Mad Genius to be a pedo. There we go. Shit. Stephen Hawking even doing there, watching in the corner? He was part of underage orgies. I'm not even kidding. It was fucked. Be concerned celebrities appear on the island after they died. Yeah. Could Hawking even get it up after how fucked up he was? What the fuck's he even doing there? Well, you have to remember, a lot of pedophilia, very little of it has to do with actual sexual desire. It is just pathological desire for control. That's where we get stories of like people who went through chemical castration that still want to rape kids. Physically, they should not be able to feel a sex drive, but they're still, like, molesting kids and gunning after them. It is just, like, a psychological effect, you know? Chemical what? Castration. That is just something people know about. Don't act surprised. Hollywood, DC, and the entire world government, but if you read the entire list and documents, the entire world establishment will fall. Me, lol, Lamau. Yeah. I mean, it's something to where I guarantee that if there was ever going to be a time to push for the normalization of pedophilia, in the sense of, well, pedophiles have rights too, it would unironically be this moment, where every single major government figure and media type is outed as a pedo. Because, like, what excuse would they have? Like, that would be their last Hail Mary, just to go, well, you know, why do you even care, man? It's just my lifestyle. And completely overlook the fact that it's about children being sex trafficked. Do you know that after you clear this dungeon, you can see a woman's ghost at random landpoints in the forest? That's pretty cool. So real-life Mason Verger, then, yeah. But wonder if Buzz Aldrin was on the list. I don't know. He doesn't seem like it. He'd be one where I'd want to read the context, because, like, he was such an old man. It's like, I don't think he would even physically be able to go to the island. I mean, I say that, but then fucking Stephen Hawking. Anything's possible. Anything's possible. There better not be a goddamn pedo civil war. Man, I need to give it Gunbreakers all go. It's been fun so far. I like it. Possibly wasn't exactly a Hollywood type. Yeah, but neither was Stephen Hawking. I mean, he showed up in Hollywood stuff, but it was mainly just them referencing the fact they knew Stephen Hawking. Like, oh wow, the math guy. Neil deGrasse Tyson, it'd make more sense because he's been in like other stuff before. Someone's got him $2. Is this the dungeon that's kind of scary and peckish? Hasn't been scary so far. Like Seth MacFarlane? He's one where I'd flip a coin. He's been so desperate to seem like an elite liberal. Because that's kind of always been the vibe I got with Seth MacFarlane. He very much touts himself as like an intellectual guy and like a cultured guy. I mean, Brian Griffin is literally meant to be a self-insert. So it wouldn't surprise me either way. What could Hawking do? He couldn't even move. He had 3 kids, yeah. I think Trump didn't even set foot on Epstein Island once, but apparently idiots think he's done for. Yeah, it's like, no, he didn't. Got the bubble bath machine that I got my mom running. Feels great. See why you get one, too. What do you mean, bubble bath machine? What are you talking about? It's time to kick ass. So he's the type of guy to try to bang his best friend's girl. Yeah. I mean, I say Brian is literally meant to be a self-insert. I think a lot of the stories around Brian are stuff that Seth actually did or went through, and he's just exaggerating details for the sake of humor. Bet you hope to God that Snyder's on that list. I don't think he was. He doesn't strike me as the guy that is. As much as I think he's a Spurg, I don't think he is... I don't think he's somebody that's like Epstein level shit, you know? I just don't like his movies. There's a difference between that and like Stephen Colbert or Bill Maher, where I will say from the bottom of my heart, I think he is a pedo and I think he did something bad. You can tell Rush Limbaugh episode was a one-to-one something he went through. Yeah, right? Seth knew about Harvey Weinstein, so apparently he knew about Epstein. Yeah. Everyone knew about Weinstein, which is what made the whole Me Too era insulting. It's like, you all fucking knew. It was an open secret. You think anyone from the comic industry were there? I don't know, comics. We only had rumors that Trump did set foot on the island, saw some stuff there, made him want out of there as fast as possible, explain him going after sex trafficking. I don't know. I don't believe it, because there's never been a flight log to say otherwise. Come on. Why is he more straightforward than the first boss? It was known that Stephen Hawking wasn't a good man. He used to abuse his wife. Well, there you go. I saw him skeleton for $2. Yeah, I told you it was scary and pickish. It's not really scary so far. Unless you mean like the vibe of it being horror, then yeah, yeah, it's like the mansion one. Oh shit. Like verbal abuse, right? You have to remember, he married his wife when he could still move. I remember Seth MacFarlane tried to do stuff outside of his shows, was movies, and the only one that has a sequel in a planned series is Ted, and that's it. Trump literally banned Epstein for getting a little too touchy-touchy to some girls and cooperated with feds 20 years ago against Epstein. Yeah, right? Goodbye. Just system wouldn't touch, but I'm sure there's some backroom deal being played. Yeah. John Lasseter, John Kay, I don't know. There we go. I got a commendation. Bryan Singer, no doubt. Bryan Singer's one where if he wasn't on the island, I'd honestly just think it's because he didn't get an invitation. He absolutely would and probably would have. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. We can do this one. Just System's 2 tiered seconds me. It's always been like this, though. Would Jimmy Savile be on the list? Yeah, he probably went more than once. Just now he's dead. And Kurt Russell never been to the island. I mean, like he's the only same person come out of Hollywood. Yeah. There are a few that have openly said, yeah, I never went and I never liked these people. I say, Cat Williams is coming out and like throwing a bunch of people under the bus. Ted, otherwise known as the future Stewie with Rupert episodes. Who that? Cat Williams is a comedian. And he fucked over Chris Tucker by insinuating Chris Tucker was involved with Epstein. What about Bruce Willis? Well, Bruce Willis right now is dealing with pretty serious dementia, so, like, even if he was, let's leave him alone because he's being punished. He's being punished more than enough. I still think Kimmel was the likely one who showed up. I absolutely believe Kimmel was. I believe from the bottom of my heart Kimmel was. Because the minute fucking Aaron Rodgers called him out, he freaked out. Now, granted, it's because the dude's insinuating he was involved in Epstein shit, but if he knew he wasn't, he could just come out and make a joke about it. Where it's like, what are you, an idiot? It's like no, I never went there. Are you fucking dumb? He would have made it a joke. Kellyanne's been calling him out. That's why he's blacklisted. Very true. Mark Wahlberg, hey, those people. Yeah, Mark Wahlberg's another one. Bruce Willis probably doesn't even remember he was there. Yeah, sad part. Lynchings are guilty execution for people on the list, hypothetically. Which do you choose for people of a certain island, hypothetically? Just shoot them. Okay, I see what you mean with the horror. That's kind of cool. To be fair, Jimmy shit at making jokes, but at least make an attempt. The fuck? Yeah, the mage we just killed. She's now a ghost haunting the Lawful that has do this. That's pretty cool. I didn't touch that bitch. I kill you. Please believe me. Please believe me. Yeah, that shit. Alright, so... what was the next one? I'm trying to remember. It was, I think it was like the naval or something. Let me look. Yeah, it was the naval, but we have to do the hard version. So, gotta remember how to do the hard version of this. I think Bobby Kotick was on the list. He was involved with some sex shit with Blizzard, so maybe. I mean, he was a billionaire. Okay. So, how do we unlock the hard? Okay. So we gotta do a few different quests. Let me look in the journal. Damn it, not what I wanted. There we go. Shit, okay. Yeah, fuck. That is not what I wanted. Damn it. Leave my goddamn fucking... It's fucking with me now. It's fucking with me. Okay. So... let me look for a recurring problem. That is the quests. That is that Waking Sands. That should be in Thanalan. Okay, in for a Gerudo Awakening. Okay, this is the line we need to do to unlock this. You reckon James Gunn might be on the list? It's possible. He did get involved with Disney. I think Epstein list controversy will heavily impact world affairs. It's possible. Because that's it. Anyone can just go, hey, at least I didn't rape kids. Go to the Palace of the Dead. You can find the Ghost Conjurer along with other story characters that died. That's cool. Papa John released their list? 100% guaranteed Epstein is not the only one on an island that sex traffics children to rich and powerful. Oh, yeah, not by any means. He's just the one that got caught. Think the Bush family was there? Be more likely that, you know, it would be more likely if they weren't there for you to win the goddamn lottery tomorrow. It's like, no, the Bushes were absolutely there. Epstein Island will break the status quo. That is the hope, but it all comes down to how people react with it. Are you willing to never forget it? Are you willing to turn down the Disney movie and be like, no, fuck you, you raped kids? Or are you going to put, you know, the entertainment consumerism above? To quote South Park, dude, you have sex with children. Yeah. Plus, full list gets released with the Mossad involvement. It's going to fuel Hamas movement hardcore. That is true. Right now, there is a major push to address Israeli involvement in American politics. I don't like the people doing it because I fucking hate the pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas people. But if it gets the ball rolling on talking about the issue, I can stomach it right now. We can always get new actors and writers. That is true. The indie market's taken off. Obama 100%. Oh yeah. Oh God, imagine if one of the batches tomorrow is Obama, and like uncertain word, or like a completely undebatable smoking gun proof Obama did shit. That would mind shatter a whole lot of people. Press live, people ironically try to create the child raping anti-bad guys argument. I'll go fucking postal at a country club. There you go. Alright. Think Hassan Piker's on the list? No. They would totally censor that. Yeah. It would have to be something to where Obama pissed them off like something awful. There we go. Garuda Awakening. Because we gotta do this one. Then, let me look at the list real quick. They don't want to fix the issue. They want to be the ones that control the issue instead of the Jews. It's them. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't like them. James Gunn made several jokes about pedophilia. Makes me wonder if he was reverse psychology deflect or trying to normalize that shit. Yeah. Sir Atlas, for 2 fake months, think Kanye was there. He did sim for Balenciaga. I don't know. Kanye seems like the exact opposite, where he seems like the kind of guy that's like, no, fuck these people. Okay. Alright. So we do this one, then we do the Titan one. Got me doing a lot of dungeon fights. Kanye's fun crazy. That's what I think. I think Kanye's fun crazy. So have you tried Evil West? It's free on PS Plus, and I heard good things about that game. I've not played it yet. Someone tells me Obama liked a male flavor in his children. Yeah, right? Hypothetical Obama revelation would destroy the DNC. Remember that they chose Joe Biden in 2020 because he was a VP of him. Campaign was basically remember the Obama years. That's what, yeah. That's what I'm saying, you know. You know, my whole point of it is, if they sincerely think that, if they think they have proof that Obama was involved with sex trafficking shit with Epstein, they're gonna burn that. They're just gonna burn it. Because Bill Clinton's one thing. You know, the people nowadays barely remember Bill Clinton, and enough shit's leaked out about him to where he has just become a liability. People are talking about the boys on the railroad. They're talking about the Arkansas Mafia. They're talking about the Clinton hit list. Hillary made a fucking jackass of herself. They have become a liability. Obama is still fresh enough in people's memories that would actually be an existential crisis to a lot of people. You know, Trump is one thing. You know, the establishment right now is the dumbass 2000 liberal who is now 20 years old and in college and that kind of thing. So being faced with the idea that their unironic savior, their black messiah, was involved in the sex trafficking of children, you could actually see people maybe take the quick way out. And Persona manga adaptation, or you stick exclusive to the games? Some of the mangas are okay. There we go. So now we go back. That combined with the rumors of Michelle going to hookups, random Johns, and Obama's got a ton of dirty secrets. Yeah. Yes, we can. Rape children. Yeah, right? And that's the thing. It doesn't even matter if Obama himself was not named on the list. Enough people that he knew personally and would like talk about, friendly with, and respect-wise knew. Or were part of it. It's like their political careers are stained. This 100% comes down to the GOP and the House Republicans snatching defeat from the jaws of victory and refusing to address it or only focusing on their own side doing it. Any politician with even the most mildest of cojones will look at them and go, you raped kids on an island made for raping kids. Why the fuck are you still here? You know, it's like the no more with the lose with dignity, respect the process thing. It's like the guy you're talking to who's calling you an existential threat to America, who's saying you embody everything wrong with the modern world, rapes kids. Go for the fucking throat. Exactly. It's like, where is the civility anymore with that? It's like, you rape kids. Look at how they cover up that Cook's death in Martha's Vineyard. Yeah, a lot of people think that Cook stumbled into something. Establishment GOP's been asked. They've been asked, but this is their moment. This is their moment. It's like, can you not be asked for 5 minutes? All right. So now he's gone. So now I'm confused. Okay, in a Titan spot. Okay. This is with Y'shtola. Saw Michelle's penis. Howling Eye Hard. Did I do that one? No, we just unlocked it. Yeah, that's right. This is the Garuda one. Okay. Gonna be doing a lot of these tonight, boys. Not gonna respect being called a threat to the nation when a person accused me of it is raping kids. Yeah. Oh, hey, Cat Milkies. Y'shtola is very good. She's very good. At least not extreme version, yeah. The problem isn't even that they're particularly hard. It's that, is anyone even still doing these anymore? If Trump lost 2024, do you think there'd be a civil war or peaceful separation? I don't know. Estee, the Epstein list is gonna shake up a lot of things. Anyone saying otherwise, I think they're a little too used to nothing ever happens for their own good. Because basically, they have smoking gun proof that the guy that the media has cast off as the embodiment of evil never stepped foot on the pedophile island. And a lot of the people gunning after him did, in fact, step foot on the pedophile island. And now they want to get rid of the guy who did not step on pedophile island and push the people that did step on pedophile island as moral good. That is just like, that's not going to click with a lot of people. Did you play Synthetic? It's a pretty fun game. Yeah, it is good. It is good. They did not get the Michelle Obama was a dude theory in today's age. It'd be good political points to come out as trans if she was. Well, I mean, they specifically sold her as like a wife and mother. So, I don't know if it's real. I think the jokes are funny, but I don't know if it's real. Biggest fear is all this shaming by people defending open pedos, well, it's actually going to cause a civil war. That'd just be funny. What if Matt and Trey on the list? I have hope that the South Park guys, if they ever found out about Pedophile Island, would be the first ones to reveal it. I still have belief in their integrity, even if they're kind of tired and sold out a little bit. Yeah, and you do Crystal Tower's main story requirement? Yeah. Crystal Tower, at least everybody does, because people really like Crystal Tower. So it's like, you know. Diego Torres for $5. YoLoli, where did I find the Epstein list? I've been looking for it all over, but all I found is articles about it. So, the one I used was like, let me try to get to it. It was like court something. I posted it in the Discord. I just gotta find where I posted it. Because I think I added everybody with it. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. I will post it in chat. At least I believe this is it. Yeah, it's the Maxwell trial, so it should be it. It's gonna lead you to downloading a PDF.
He turned us into fucking
Well,
killers!
the GOP heads also roll if they go after their own, especially if the people they go after their own. This can really screw over Lindsay and Mitch very badly. Well, that's what I mean. If the GOP that are not compromised have any balls, this will be their moment to swipe control. This would be the moment to swipe control and go, no more losing dignity, go fuck yourselves. Samurai Bear for $2. Hey, Lolly, just beat Live Alive. Interesting bit after beating the big bad of all the party members. Say their piece to him, most absolving the guy, but one guy just gets in his face and calls him pathetic asshole. No, for $1. What about Hunter Biden? Think he went to the island? I think the Biden family did. I fully think the Biden family did. Has that horrible realization pedophiles and list visited schools? Yeah. They owned schools. They bought schools for people. GOP need to clean house, but they won't. That's what I mean. If this is the do or die moment, will they throw them all out, or will they just sit down and take it? Because if they sit down and take it, that says more than enough. Have you watched season 2 of Reacher? Yeah, it's very good. I know there was some Hollywood type on Twitter who was like bad mouthing, going, "Man, it's so stupid. Just some guy who's like stronger than everyone and smarter than everyone, and like he always wins." And fans of the books had to come out and say that's the exact opposite of what Reacher's about. Like, Reacher is able to kick ass, but every single time he gets involved with something, he loses somebody he cares about, and it starts wearing him down more and more, and he becomes miserable by the end. Imagine the list dead celebrities like Elvis or John Lennon visiting the island long after they died would really fuck with people. I would hope that Elvis never did. I mean, I know the joke is, well, haha, he married a 15-year-old. He also grew up in the ghetto in fucking Memphis. Geek of the Week, $5. They want democracy until you realize that means majority rules, and in the last decade's been nothing but minority privilege. Yeah. All right, so we are almost there with the party. Almost there. Yeah, let's go horror why she's used to be on her back. That's the Repubs. Yeah. Specifically, it's the fact that it's the controlled opposition, Rhino Repubs. They're the ones that have been in control and taught everybody to just lay down and take it because that's their job. You know, the people in control of the Republican Party are Democrats that swiped it, and they're trying to teach you that you're supposed to lose. You're supposed to lose and not let anything happen because the Democrats are supposed to win and get what they want. Elvis is hiding in Argentina. By this point, Elvis is probably dead. If he wasn't dead before, he is dead now. I love Reacher, big man destroying everyone with his hands. Yeah. How the hell is Maxwell still alive and not hanged yet? Remember, daughter of a Mossad agent. GOP and Democrats are part of the same group. It's a giant party, and you're not part of it. Exactly. Jack, I am the first-person shooter. Reacher is now an official meme. Yeah. It was just cute, the way they were talking about video games in this episode. It's like, that is just quaint. I love that. That's the cheese that I like. I want the GOP sit still and do nothing. Won't this cause a lot of the religious right to want a GOP establishment crucified? That's day, because the GOP that is in charge right now, I've talked about it more than enough times, are Democrats that are teaching the party to lose on purpose. You are supposed to make an ass of yourself. You're supposed to alienate your voters. You're supposed to talk big and do nothing. That's the point of them. Because if there was anyone that actually wanted to stand against them, a lot more shit would get done. Where did the theory of Elvis didn't die come from? I don't know. Elvis isn't dead. I saw him in a movie yesterday. Think for anything to happen, someone needs to spearhead an attack trial, something against the machine. Yeah. Sorry to keep asking, what do you think of Steve Jobs? From my understanding, he was an asshole. I don't know if he ever showed up on the list or anything like that. He doesn't seem like that kind of guy. Just seems like typical tech genius dick. Postmaster trying to explain anime was kind of cute. That was nice. Jobbers, literally. Yeah. GOP is the Emmanuel Goldstein of our particular 1984. Yeah, it's like, that's basically their job, because it makes a lot more sense if you remember that every single big media establishment, even Fox News, is sympathetic to Democrats, and they treat them as the dominant culture. So when you remember that Democrats and liberalism is the dominant culture, a lot of what the GOP does makes sense. They are acting like 1980s bad guys. That is their job. So it's something to where it's like, it's frustrating if you are part of the party and you see what they do and you get tired of nothing ever happens. It makes perfect sense if you were the exact opposite and you view them as James Bond villains. Is Japan okay after the earthquake? As far as I understand, some villages got fucked up, but there's nothing like major. So I post typing up food that was supposedly Elvis's favorite, and I thought the guy that had a heart attack on the toilet. There was a lot more to it than the food. It was also all the pills and booze. He was not in a good place for a large chunk of his life. A lot of it because of fucking Parker, his manager, the son of a bitch. Probably 70s boomers copium unable to deal with the fact I was just a fat fuck addict at the end of the road. Yeah. I have a feeling that if California splits off, they'll do the come all bring your sick and tired European mass immigration spiel in California through welfare. Well, it just came out that they are, like, California is offering free healthcare to, like, every immigrant. And it's like, you can't have universal healthcare and illegal immigration at the same time, because that will murder your system. What did the manager do? So famously, Colonel Tom Parker, not actually a colonel, was Elvis's manager. He was a scam artist from, I think it was Germany or like Holland, who came to America illegally and kind of just went from talent to talent and siphoned all he could. Ran a bunch of shady circuses, did things like that. Well, when he was in charge of Elvis, motherfucker, really? When he was in charge of Elvis, there we go. He made him sign some very, very dubious contracts. Stuff that, if Tom Parker chose so, every single thing Elvis did, he would now own. And famously, he basically signed Elvis up to every single casino in Las Vegas, and solely Vegas. That's why Elvis is known as a Las Vegas icon. The thing is, Elvis was getting advice from a lot of his friends who are musicians to go on tour across the world. Go on tour. I think they really pushed Japan. Japan loved Elvis. If he went over there, he'd make buku money. But the problem is Tom Parker was an illegal immigrant and he didn't have a passport. So he fucked Elvis over and was like, no, that's just stupid. You know, stay here in America. Stay in home territory. You're an American icon. It kind of played against Elvis's patriotism. And in no uncertain terms, fucked him over. Fucked him bad. In fact, he ran Elvis so ragged that it was part of the reason he turned to booze and pills in the first place. He always had addiction problems. Parker made it 1,000,000 times worse. Definition of scumbag. Oh, yeah. Netherlands, not Holland. Yeah, Holland's a region in Netherlands, yeah. I ground this motherfucker so many times for vortex weapons in FF15. I don't know, because if a lot of the politicians, especially GOP, do nothing, I don't think their sports will take it lying down by tarring or primarying. I don't know. As stated, it's a thing where ideally they would say fuck these people. But that's what I mean by the job of the GOP at this very moment is to get in the way of shit getting done. So whether or not they will is remain to be seen. Hopefully there'll be some predators, in the positive sense of the word, where they smell a political opportunity and go, well, why would I not fuck these people over and prop myself up? But we just don't know at the moment. The whole list isn't even out yet. Hopefully Parker's burning in hell, yeah. What happened to the manager after Elvis died? Spent all the money and just kind of lived in obscurity. Ugh. I heard Japan loves Oasis, yeah. Elvis in Japan, that would have been funny. He was very popular. The Beatles cite him as a direct inspiration, even though he fucking despised the Beatles. In particular, he hated John Lennon. He fucking despised John Lennon, because John Lennon was spouting a bunch of commie shit. And as stated, Elvis was a patriot. He was a good old boy. He was good buddies with Nixon. At a time when Nixon was very unpopular. Not surprising Elvis is popular in Japan while explaining pompadour looks anime characters have. Elvis was a Dixie boy. Yeah, quite literally. Born in Tupelo and raised in Memphis. That's an Old Man Logan we read recently. I thought it was mediocre. It's good. I definitely think Logan, the movie, is kind of a more serious adaptation of it, because Old Man Logan get kind of silly. She-Hulk's children, just for an obvious one. Well, that was kind of fucked up for the sake of it. You seen the pics of him giving Nixon a set of guns? Oh yeah, he loved his guns. One of the most famous stories of Elvis is he got super wasted one night and shot his TV. I can tell Josuke's a fan of Prince and Elvis. Yeah. Yeah, Graceland, yeah. I'm trying to keep the goddamn Garuda distracted so they can fight. Was Elvis an honorary federal agent? Yeah, I said he was a very big American patriot. That's one of the ways Tom Parker was able to kind of play against him, where it's like, well, why would you go to the global markets when you can stay right here in America and be an American brand? Yeah, because, or Robert Goulet, he shot that TV. Yeah. Elvis was a veteran. Yeah, he was a tanker. Elvis loved wrestling and apparently had Harley race the bodyguard. There you go. If you're gonna get somebody, Harley was a mean motherfucker. Yeah, I don't think that applies to where I'm at. Oh shit, I forgot to give someone a commendation. Beatles ruined Western culture. How dare you involve Elvis in any way with him? Well, I stated the Beatles themselves said Elvis was a big inspiration. And then Elvis shit talked him and said, man, John Lennon's a commie faggot. What do you think about the Elvis movie? It had to compress a shitload of time into a very small runtime. And on top of that, I didn't like that whenever he was in a black neighborhood, it would play rap music. Anyone else notice that detail, knows how weird that was? '60s in general were net negative, yeah. Yeah, Elvis was in West Germany, not Korea. Yeah, he was in Germany because that's where he met his wife. Because her family was stationed in Germany, too. Yeah, I noticed that, right? And the thing is, Elvis was friends with a very big black musicians. I mean, hell, like, Elvis was actually pretty famously anti-racist. He was, like, anti-Jim Crow and all that. Because he grew up in a ghetto in Memphis, so he grew up around black people. Speaking of Elvis, have you seen Agent Elvis? I saw it, and I don't know, kind of mixed bag because it has that Joss Whedon dialogue, and you don't use that expression from the 60s, spy hate, redhead cute. I really don't like the idea of, like, doing Joss Whedon-style shit with an actual historical story. One of that part in Old Man Logan where Wolverine killed all the X-Men but they died by corn. They didn't die by corn. They explained how the X-Men died in the movie. The corn made it so no other mutants could be born. But the X-Men that were actual X-Men died from a different reason. I think Joss Whedon's on the list, probably. A lot of people keep saying Elvis stole from black culture. It's a cope. I mean, he was inspired by, like, black-style singing, because that's where the whole, oh, he sings like a Negro, but, like, it was his own music. There we go. Rap 30 Year Show was invented. Yeah, it's like, if that wasn't, like, blatant fucking pandering. Does Agent Elvis have good animation? I thought it was a live-action thing. Was I just streaming 14? I really, really liked 14. And I needed more excuses to play it. Otherwise, I was going to suffer from MMO syndrome where, like, I start it for, like, 10 hours and then don't play it. Granted, this one has lasted a lot longer where I played all the way up through Stormblood with my main. So, obviously, it's not that big of a problem. But point remains, this justifies the subscription fee. Agent Elvis is an animated series. That's weird. What am I thinking of? No, I'm thinking of the movie The President Meets Nixon. The President Meets Elvis or something like that. Where it was about when he met Nixon. Stole the cope excuse for Elvis, but then again, these people think all white people did was stole. Yeah. Like that annoying ass thing of like, you stole our culture. It's like, shut up. Should be down here. What's your main job? Dark Knight, because Gart's LARP. Back when Black said no toxic culture and good music. Having no more mutants would be better. They're literally just people with superpowers most of the time. And that is something that they do address where, like, obviously in Logan, they take it very seriously. With the fact that, like, hey, their entire race is dying off and they make children men comparisons and all that. But there's a bunch of X-Men stories that do address the fact that not every single mutant has a good power or has something that, like, is a net positive in their life. There's a story where Wolverine has to kill a kid who just unwillingly, completely, like, he doesn't have a choice in the matter, emits poison. Like, he just emits a killing field around him that wipes out his entire town. And he's, like, horrified by it, and Wolverine has to kill him because he is just an existential threat. Rogue. Yeah, she's another one where she just can't touch anybody or they die. That's the next 23. I always liked her. She's fun. I don't like them trying to turn her into the new Wolverine, because it kind of gets rid of the point that she's not Wolverine, and that's her character. There's one that's like a jelly human. Tell me how you can be a hero and fight Magneto. Here, George Lucas isn't on the list. Yeah, supposedly. As of this drop, and until we are made aware of other drops, George Lucas did not step foot on Pedophile Island. Here. This is why we take the whale. Now every mutant gets to be Johnny Five Dicks. Yeah, that is true. Was Tom Cruise on the island? I don't know. He was involved with Scientology, so that's his own little rabbit hole. Ones like Storm are insanely blessed by godlike powers, where some kid gets stuck with being a suicide bomb the one time and fucking dies. Yeah. It's like being a mutant is not a net positive, which is it's why the whole like civil rights allegory is kind of a bad one for them. Because there are multiple times where they do address the fact that mutants are flat out gods. Scarlet Witch in particular can rewrite reality. So that's a little bit more than just, well, I'm like any other human being. No, the fuck you're not. Storm is literally worshipped as a god in Africa. I'm trying to think of who else. Oh, God. You have, like, Apocalypse and shit like that. Like, guys who very clearly are fucking dangerous. Yeah, Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler's at least something to where, like, he has enough power that's manageable to be like, hey, he is just a dude. Mr. Sinister. Yeah, Mr. Sinister, he's pretty fucking dangerous. Beyonder. Storm kind of irks him with thinking mutant powers can't be a curse when she knows Rogue can't have a relationship. A lot of that's the movie. I say the comics do address the fact that it's more complicated than that. What about Mark Hamill? As far as I'm aware, this current drop for the list, Mark Hamill has not been mentioned. So stay safe knowing Luke Skywalker might not have raped kids. There we go. Here we go. Okay. So we do this, we can do our main quest. When's the next drop? One dropped like a few hours ago, and there's gonna be one tomorrow. Another reason why the Civil Rights allegory doesn't work when what separates a mutant from mutante characters like the Hulk and Spider-Man. Don't they call them Inhumans? It's like mutants are the ones with the X gene. Inhumans are the ones that like become superpowered in different ways. Can't be too sure Mark isn't a pedophile yet. That's what I'm saying as of this drop. What's the game? Final Fantasy XIV. Mephisto, Thanos, Galactus, Apocalypse. Well, those aren't mutants. Mutates. Is it? Did they really? They really changed it to mutates? That's fucking weird. And humans come from the Terror Again mists. Oh yeah. Was Professor X on the island? Patrick Stewart might have. Apocalypse is a mutant. Yeah, Apocalypse is a mutant. He was from like ancient. I don't remember where he comes from. Because like I want to say he's from Egypt, but that was the movie. I don't know if that was actually cohesive to the comic or not. Deadpool says they mutate in the Deadpool game. Depending on the run, he's not wrong. Because some he was a mutant and he just activated the gene. Others he was experimented on and he became Deadpool. Ancient Egypt. So he was Egypt. Okay. I don't remember if that was the thing they made up for the movie or not. Yeah, ancient Nehekara. Okay. Hope he didn't go to the island. I saw Patrick Stewart on stage. Yeah, Juggernaut's a mutate. Black Bolt's inhuman. Okay. Yeah, Deadpool's technically both. X-Gene was caused by radiation and nukes. No, X-Gene was that was the explanation behind it for a while. Where, you would just have a carrier for the X-Gene, and when you were a teenager, if you had, like, extreme emotional stress, it would activate. Because, Wolverine, it activated when he killed his father. The hell is a mutate? Is anyone with superpowers a mutate? Now, mutate is the term for someone with superpowers that was not born a mutant. I think you're thinking that Gandalf has definitely fucked some boys. He's a gay man. Yeah, no, mutate. Mutants and humans are different subgroups, which makes the allegory not work. Don't tell me people like Spider-Man are oppressed. JJ doesn't count. Well, that's why they've kind of always had to keep X-Men in their own little circle. Because you have characters like Captain America, who is technically a mutate because he was part of, like, government experiment and, like, genetically engineered. So if they wanted to start gunning after Captain America, that is the flagship man of their military, and Captain America would never be okay with things like a mutant holocaust. It's like there's some shit there where it doesn't really mesh all together in one big world. In the original Rob Leader origin, yes, he had Wolverine genes. Yeah. Yeah, Deadpool is the exchange that for most people it never does anything, they just carry it. Yeah, a lot of them are carriers. Could you imagine the fall of the current Pope was converted to be on the island? Catholics don't really like him as is. They will fucking riot if he's converted to be on the island. Yeah, right? In Civil War, Cyclops told Tony to fuck off. Why should a mutant register for being born? Yeah, right? It's like... it's a thing that also made Civil War kind of like, okay, the premise is cool, but the execution's a little wonky. I get the excuse is just superhero fights, but like, but actually though, why are you doing this? Let's be honest here, X-Men wasn't thought out all that much. X-Men works in its own universe with its own rules without anyone really fucking with them. You introduce the other characters, that's when shit gets weird. Because yeah, then you have to address why characters like Spider-Man are not socially beaten down on, yet a mutant is. I still remember when Marvel did the most recent decision to retcon Nightcrawler origins. To quote John Tron, I have several questions. What do you think about Kubrick? I sure hope he's not, but I have my doubts. Eyes Wide Shut made it seem like he was well aware of Hollywood sex parties. The question is to what extent? Spider-Man's beloved, some guy with telekinesis is hated. Yeah, right? It's like a little bit of weird shit there. We're like, well, why is one and not the other? Like, what's going on? I know that you have not been on the island. That's like when Wolverine and Hulk fight. That's about all I care about when it comes to X-Men. J. Jonah beating down Spider-Man for most of his life. Yeah, but that's just J. Jonah. And a lot of current stuff with Marvel goes out of its way to address the fact J. Jonah's a dick. And J. Jonah himself genuinely believes what he's saying. He genuinely thinks Spider-Man's a threat. Mutant were made as the reasons why this team is full of people with powers. The in-world hate came later to give them spice. Yeah, because that state, it was explicitly a civil rights allegory, because that was around the time that civil rights era was kicking off, and they were trying to relate it to it. Further proof of, hey, avoid contemporary politics and write fiction because it leads to problems. Although J. Jonah loves Spider-Man now. Yeah, that's fine. I like when they address the fact that J. Jonah is not a bad guy. He just had a bad assumption about Spider-Man. This is why, in hindsight, the X-Men should have stayed as a Doom Patrol XP rather than whatever the fuck they're doing with the civil rights allegory. JJ only had Spider-Man because he had Peter's back, because he's black. J. Jonah's a chill dude, he always had Peter's back. Yeah. Why is J. Jonah stupid? He's not stupid, he just genuinely thought Spider-Man was dangerous. Like, there's plenty of times where it shows that he is more than willing to help out Peter. One of my favorite moments is, it's from, like, one of the reboots. And Peter is, like, a high school kid trying to get into photography and all that, and he's trying to sell his pictures to the Bugle, pictures of Spider-Man. And they're really rough and they're amateurish. And one of J. Jonah's coworkers like, man, why the fuck do you buy this kid's pictures? They look like shit. You know, it's like, why do you care so much about him? And J. Jonah's like, listen, if the pictures are too bad, I'm not going to buy them, but the kid needs help. And you see a panel where it shows a computer screen that he was looking at, and has the headline of when Peter's parents were murdered. So J. Jonah is well aware that Peter is an orphan, and he's had a rough life, so he just wants to help him out. That's one of my favorite J. Jonah moments, because he literally just goes, the kid needs some help. It's like, I love that, you know? Love when Peter got arrested and JJ hired a lawyer. Yeah. X-Men was the latest, and then all the mutants and heroes died. Had Spider-Man of all people be beaten to death by a mob of humans and wonders why comics sucks. I think Stan Lee said X-Men was an Israel allegory for the extreme Zionists, Magneto, and diplomats, Professor X. Yeah, that wouldn't be the worst one. Still, the superpower thing is a little weird, because they outright call him Homo Superior. JJ's wife was killed by a guy in a mask, and he hates Spider-Man because he wears a mask but loves Captain America. Yeah. I mean, everyone knows Captain America, but when J. Jonah was a kid, he grew up hearing about Captain America. Hard on the outside, chill on the inside. Yeah. Hate how they ruined JJ and Spider-Man 2 PS5. Well, Spider-Man 1 and 2 in the games, he is a joke character. He just runs the Alex Jones podcast. They never really do anything with him. I mean, yeah, MJ works with him, but he's still never, like, shown. And you have, like, one mission where you're, like, talking to JJ on the phone in a flashback with Peter. It's meant to be a joke. For sure, July actually debunked it about being civil rights or a one-to-one. Well, I mean, yeah, it's not a one-to-one allegory. Just that was the intent. Because the classic stories... God, who is the guy that fucking wrote them? Christopher something. He made it very blatant. I mean, that's where you get the famous scene of Kitty Pryde telling a black guy, like, oh, is it like when I call you nigger? Like, it's not being subtle that it's about the civil rights. J.K. Simmons is perfect, JJ. He really is. Yeah, Claremont. Yeah. It's mostly that Black Chicks podcast. Yeah. When JJ told Goblin he gets the photos in the mail, it was a cool moment. Yeah. Such a small little thing, but it just shows he wanted to help out Peter. Speaking of Spider-Man seems to get beaten down by writers dealing with bad hands because he's Steve Ditko character. No, I think it's just the fact that they don't really know what else to do with him. You know, everyone talks about the best moments when Peter struggles, so they just kind of take it too far. Just looked in the Kubrick's officially died of a heart attack just days after Eyes Wide Shut came out. Yeah, right? Yeah. The page I was talking about. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh god, next generation is gonna make Jonah into a TikTok or Kick live streamer. Yeah, right. They'll turn him into like Nick Fuentes or something. Well, I say that, but they're too addicted to the Alex Jones thing, which I mean, granted, is funny, but it's something kind of hilarious due to the fact of like they don't really understand that Alex Jones keeps getting proven right. So relating Jay Jonah to Alex Jones means that they're supporting him. Has there ever been a time when MJ got spider powers? Yeah, he had Spider Family. That's where he had the Spider MILF joke. Best friends are a character struggle, so they should be suffering all the time. Joining with cat ears headset while gaming. They didn't know what to do with them. Why not bring in people that care? Because why would they? It's cheaper just to, like, bullshit a story. Do you like what they did with Venom in the recent Spider-Man game? I thought it was good. I really, really like how they handled Venom. But I absolutely believe there was a chunk of gameplay meant for Venom that we never got because they're probably saving it for the Venom game. So they just cut it all out. Because I know Shoto was talking about it where there's doors around the city that specifically... I don't know if it's doors or walls, but they specifically relate to something you can do as Venom in the Kraven mission, where you can, like, break through them. So it's, like, destructible parts of the environment that you cannot use because you're Spider-Man or Miles, and you get one playable section as Venom, even though they give you a whole tutorial for it. So it's a thing where it feels like you were supposed to play as Spider-Man, Miles, and Venom all in one game, and they cut it. Yeah, walls Venom can break, yeah. Were there any female pedals on the list? Yeah. I think YouTube's talking my joke about Jonah and Epstein. Left can't meme Alex Jones because they don't get why he's funny to begin with. Yeah, all they have is the fucking Sandy Hook thing. Where it's like, don't you know he made shit about Sandy Hook? It's like, yeah, he got bad information. I'm convinced from a Fed to fuck him over. Ever any of the Kindred Saga and Spider-Man comics? Are they good? I do not know. Basically, unintentionally making J. Jonah base because they're trying to make him Alex Jones allegory? Yeah. Garthan's run a Spider-Man comic where Peter's longtime bully news Peter's Spider-Man because he's seen the spider bite, so they ate the same spider that bit it. Very bitter. I mean, that is funny. That is something in line with what Garth Ennis would do. It's like, you fucking dumbass. We're gonna go to Limza for a little while while we wait. Oh yeah, there's some female comedian speculated to be on the list. Is it Amy Schumer? If it's Amy Schumer, oh my god. I know Chuck Schumer was there, so... Alright. Oh no! They have the fucking LGBTQ fucking call sign. Oh god, it's the goddamn Twitch trannies. We go to Limsa and what do we find? Goddamn Twitch trannies. Limsa, the place of evil. Imagine being molested by Amy Schumer. That would really get you fucking down. Lena Dunham is definitely on the list. We don't know who's on the list. But, yeah, probably. Heard about the recent tranny shooter? Yeah. Last several ones apparently have been tranny, actually. Because you have Nashville, you have Colorado Springs, you have this one. There's been multiple. Which, remember when the Nashville shooting happened? And I talked about how there was... Suspiciously, this happened after a Tucker Carlson segment where he talked about the radicalization of trannies. And then after that, there were leaks from a subreddit where trannies were specifically talking about how they were teaching each other how to straw purchase firearms. Remember when I talked about that? And now several mass shooters lately have been trannies. Remember when I talked about that? Remember when I talked about that? Oh, and you have a guy who's like selling Gil here. Do not buy Gil. You said it was roid rage? That's the actual motivation of the shooting, yeah. That's what I think. I think they were hopped up on testosterone and antidepressants and went into roid rage. What I'm saying is, feds know this, and they're using trannies as the new mentally ill, unstable loner to throw into a school with a gun. Okay, yeah, ERP requests recently. I keep getting them every time I play my Mage Alt. Not so far. Yeah. We're going to dance a little bit because we got nothing else to do. Oh, it's only the one. Okay. Remember Tucker Carlson? Remember when Crowder released the manifest? You get molested by Amy Schumer, you have the right to hate women for the rest of your life. All misogynism was justified by the fact you were touched by Amy Schumer. What's your opinion on people misinterpreting Stanley's words when he says anybody could be Spider-Man when he meant anybody could see themselves in Spider-Man? I think it's just more cope with the idea of Miles is totally Spider-Man for reals. We own Spider-Man now. It's like, who fucking cares? Truman's TikTok had a Junko PFP from Danganronpa. I like that character in series. Well, trannies fucking love Danganronpa. Surely this won't result in the extreme left seeing trans people in the same way they view white supremacists. Well, extreme left will never view it that way. That's why you make dunks on them. You make jokes about it. Anytime they want to go, well, there's a lot more like lone male shooters who did that. It's like, yeah, now there's a lot more tranny ones too. Reckon Amy Schumer's the punishment for the child if they refuse to have sex with a client. Telling everybody Troons would turn violent after experiencing the inevitable side effects of fucking your body chemically and getting an axe wound. Sad sausage. Geez, what's happening now? Yeah, right? I don't think Jones' info was bad. My cousin and I talked about this one day and said how one of the kids was in another shooting in New Mexico. He was showing pictures and videos and it was a match. Here's the thing. You know, Occam's razor. Simplest explanation is the obvious one. Why would the government lie about killing kids? Why would they not just shoot kids? That's the thing to keep in your mind. Why would the government go out of its way to not kill kids? Don't hate Miles Morales, hate the writers for doing a poor job. Exactly. Honestly, I know Alex Jones gets the memes, including the frog memes. Yeah. I don't get why trains love Danganronpa. It's beyond mid, and the only kind of trans character gets the skull caved in. I think it's just because it's edgy Ace Attorney. Because, I mean, I like Ace Attorney. That's why I've always, whenever someone's like, oh, check out Danganronpa, I'm like, I like Ace Attorney. That's what I like. And Danganronpa is just edgy that. So, this Chinese game is Japanese. It's Final Fantasy. Alex wasn't wrong about the gay frogs, though. Yeah. That's what I mean. I think the Sandy Hook thing was bait for him to fuck himself over, because that's been the one thing they've used to get rid of him on like every single site. It's been Sandy Hook. I think he fell for a fed op. Final Fantasy MMO? Yeah, it's 14. All I know about Danganronpa is that they hilariously cursed bad end screen. Government loves killing foreign kids. Why he's killing their own kids? Such a stretch. Exactly. You know, that will always be my my counter to it. It's like, hey, why would the government not go out of its way to kill kids? No, for $1. It Avengers vs. X-Men, Cyclops called Cap a fascist and accused him of trying to create a mutant holocaust. Yeah, that was stupid. Alright. So the game Chinese or Japanese? Alex wasn't wrong about slaves getting blood transfusions from babies. Yeah, the adrenochrome shit? Yeah. He's not wrong about a lot of stuff. I just think Sandy Hook, he was specifically sabotaged with bad information. How's your macros? I'm a tank, so I don't really need them. I only have the one for defensives. Of course, I'll look into if Gunbreaker needs any in particular, but I only really have one to pop a bunch of defensives all at once. How long till the chestnut of FBI knew of the shooter and was on the watch list? That's what I think. You know, the next patch of Ace Attorney Games comes out the same day as like Dragon Infinite Wealth. Yeah, it's good shit. I forgot Alex Jones showed that Hollywood were cultists, i.e. snuck into a ritual. Yeah, it was like a Bilderberg ritual, and they're straight up like burning a statue of Moloch. Not the schizo post, but Sandy Hook was kind of sus if you look at certain details. Oh yeah, no, Sandy Hook was sussy. The big one people were talking about, which is before the Sandy Hook Never Happened one came out, which I always think is suspicious, is the fact the guy was on a antipsychotic medication that was linked to multiple violent episodes and in fact inspired other mass shooters. And when people are pointing that out of like, why does this medication keep causing people to have violent episodes and shoot up schools, and nowhere turned into, well, Sandy Hook never happened, those kids aren't even dead. And it's like, really? To be fair, this conversation was almost 5 years ago, and that cousin unfortunately took his own life. I'm talking about the one that you were talking about Sandy Hook with, because it's like, yeah, that sucks, but doesn't change what happened. It's like, you know, government, whenever they see a trans person not right in the head, go do a crime. Yeah, Bohemian Grove, like weird shit. Yeah, right? We're almost there. We have one in each. Anyways, turning games. Let's hope Francesca Von Karma finally comes back and not as a corpse. Yeah, right? I always liked Francesca, too, where she was genuinely trying not to be her dad. Sorry, but they really acting like that shit didn't happen. They're going that hard with the gaslighting. If you're talking about the Sandy Hook thing, the theory behind Sandy Hook was that the shooting never actually took place, and he never actually killed any of the kids. All the kids were crisis actors, and in fact were paid off by the government. And you could see some of them at like the Super Bowl and some shit like that after they were supposedly dead. I personally, my personal belief, those photos were edited, and it was done so they could take down Alex Jones and begin the clampdown on misinformation, years before it was even really a term. Because the big sob story was that Alex Jones inspired a bunch of his fans to go mess with the family of the Sandy Hook victims. A lot of the Sandy Hook victims who became speakers on the media and would always talk about how horrible it was. I think there were some payoffs, just not in the way people think. Also like the office lawyer Dama mommy that tried to kill me with a whip, I would wife her. Yeah, it's Francesca. Don't you love that you're forced to fund your enemies who hate you with your tax dollars? Did you see DeSantis state the J6 defendants didn't display patriotism by protesting 2020? Yeah, DeSantis just went full on mask off and it's like, I am a neocon swamp asshole. We shall doze. Who's best girl in Gunsmith Cats? Rally. So DeSantis, bad person. He took Bush money. All you gotta know, he took Bush money. Dream gun? I would like an actual, no bullshit HK MP5. I already got my fall, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I love how we've literally not gotten better since Cold War. Epstein stuff is exactly the same shit the CIA was pulling with Operation Midnight Climax. Yeah. Giving feds too much credit. 9% of the time, one of their agents gets timeline fucked up, and the rest of the crew has to fix the scraps by creating their own narrative. Well, this is what I mean, okay? All they had to do was feed Alex Jones, who was already looking into details around Sandy Hook, just bad information. Basically like, oh yeah, those kids aren't dead. Some added pictures, and boom, there you go. It's not that complicated. You know, make it look like an anonymous source. The CIA did that for a fucking living in the Soviet Union. That'll be $2,000+. Oh yeah. We can solve up to 500 problems a minute. Ever heard of the World War II Owen submachine gun? I have not. Let me look that up. Oh, it's that looking thing. Yeah, that weird ass thing. Like the Top magazine, yeah. Yeah, the Aussie thing with the top loading mag. Yeah, that shit's fucking weird. Oh, look, there's a Dark Knight. The other one was made by some kid, right? It looks like it. Looks like pipes in the pic you're looking at. Probably looks like it's painted with baby shit. Yeah, it's not great. Waiting in queues, yeah. Upside, we have 2 people waiting. Here. I'm going to go ahead and withdraw, and we're going to open the duty finder again. Queues suck. Queues suck so hard. I don't know dick about Sandy Hook. What happened? That was the one where a guy went to an elementary school and shot a bunch of little kids. At the time, it was like the worst American mass shooting of all time. Because it was specifically a high body count and children. As said, he was on antipsychotic medications. He shot his mom, took a bunch of guns in the house, and went and did the shooting. I don't think requeuing actually helps you. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. My most wanted gun is the Shinzo Abe killer. I mean, that weird-ass fucking, like, pipe shotgun. The older I get, the more I realize how incompetent most of the world is. Yeah, it sucks. Alright, so yeah, we're back in the queue that was started. Yeah. Or the Wars from before that, but it was done by the U.S. government. Goal rewatch for 2024. I'm going to rewatch through all South Park. Should be fun. It will be fun until the modern seasons where it really just starts feeling like them bitching about a Twitter feed. Was that before Virginia Tech? It was after. Yeah, it was after Virginia Tech, because Virginia Tech was like 2009, right? Are you always carrying? I'm a tank. It's my job to carry. Sandy Hook is the reason you can't find ACRs anymore. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Virginia Tech was 2007. Okay. Remember when Black Lagoon referenced Charles Whitman in the English dub? That was hilarious. Yeah. Virginia Tech, 2007. Sandy Hook, 2012. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. I know Sandy Hook was like 2010s because I was in late middle school. No. I was just getting into high school when that happened. I was shooting in Bogland recently. A guy using some sort of AK. Did he have a funny name? Because AK and funny name, you know, just saying. Remember trainee Phantom? Yeah, right. Charles was the Texas clock tower shooter, right? I think so. Happened around the time the Michael Vick dogfighting scandal broke, which made people wonder what the hell is going on. That's cool. Yeah, Charles was the tower man. Yeah, if I remember right, he had a brain tumor which caused his. Anyway, what happened on my birthday? Happy birthday! Ugh. Feel a tiny bit bad for the Texas clockwork shooter. He knew something was wrong with him and no doctor believed him. Yeah, I stated he had a brain tumor that was pressing on a section of his brain. Also, that weird story about the family of the victims who refused to release the true manifesto. It turns out the guy representing them isn't even from the Christian school. Oh, yeah, no. Like, they literally stepped out in front of the parents and were, like, basically making statements in their name. It was bullshit. No joke, Owen submachine gun was considered the best submachine gun, but beat the Thompson and MP40 in tests. They were excellent in jungle combat against Japanese. That's insane, because they look stupid. Was my bear pig on Epstein Island? Al Gore was. Never forget, Sandy Hook shooter was this wiry little kid, 90 pounds at most, carrying 200 pounds of guns and ammo past multiple security cameras. Yeah, that was the thing that was weird, that weirded people out. How do you know how to do that? How do you know how to do that? How the hell could he carry all that? He was a shut-in little loser. If they're releasing the list in batches, give certain people time to prepare. That's what some people think. All right, I'm gonna... Utter desperation. Sounds like crazy conspiracy talk, mister. Jimmy Markey still trying to write off the natives of Vic losing the court case despite the fact that the judge said the claims against Vic didn't have any water. Yeah, well, the thing that fucked Nick over was specifically his lawyer tried doing some stupid legal tactic, which is, Hey. We might get some help here. But yeah, he was trying to do a legal tactic where they had all the information, had all the evidence about people defaming Vic and openly admitting to defaming Vic, but he submitted it too late and the court refused to look at it. So, witness stated Gore wasn't. There's also some saying he was, so... Are you on Primal? This queue is sad, and I'd help World speed this up. No, we're on Merilith. So, but base for $2 have the new DMC song, sir. What? Nick is kind of stupid, just kind of. Well, Nick wasn't the one. It was Ty Beard. And as stated, the idea was good. It's just Ty didn't do it in time. Which is weird because it's like, motherfucker, that makes or breaks a case. Yeah, a new Devil May Cry song came out. Huh? Is that any good? Maybe if Vic's lawyer was on Nick's stream all the time getting drunk, Vic might have won his case. Yeah, definitely didn't help the optics. Like becoming alcoholic, sad to watch. Yeah, that's why I don't like to drink on stream. It's like, because that shit always has, it has the same road. You do too much of it, you think you're funnier when you're drunk, and boom. Nick got Vic in touch with Ty Beard, though. Yeah. Owen was cheap, easy to use, and easy to make. Great for a wartime nation that can't rely on British or American inputs. Yeah, good point. It just looks ridiculous, though. Becoming? Yeah, right? Rackets as fuck because of alcohol. Yeah. Dude literally has chat, donate them to make them drink. Yeah, it's like... I say it's something that, to me, is just always a bad road. Every single time I've seen... streamers drink as they stream, it never ends well. I mean, hell, even fucking Deadwing was teetering on legitimate, no bullshit alcoholism for a bit, to the point even he was like, alright, this is getting a little too out of hand. Thoughts on South Park weed jokes? Integrity was not funny, will never be funny. For the love of God, can we stop doing integrity weed? Ella gets drunk and goes on a 2-hour rant about his office lady fetish. Wait, that's me, I'm projecting. Have you ever catered drink it from an empty glass? Jesus Christ. Yeah, just get it every drop. Final Q14. The quest for Qs. Yeah, fuck it. Someone's offering to help. Let's just do this shit. Alright. I will turn on unrestricted party. So now we can just go to the Naval Hard. We will wait, and we may get a party request. Okay, so now we joined. Ah, party leader has to. Okay. That's what killed Minton Squad Granny. He didn't drink on stream, but alcohol ruined his life. It's sneaky. They call it the devil in a bottle for a reason. Shit's dangerous. Final Fantasy 14 a Q Reborn. Pippa pukes every couple of streams. Deadwing ain't special. Mittens died from alcohol. It was a definitely contributing factor, yeah. That's on Krasenstein brothers fucking each other. That was a meme, sadly, but it was a meme. And he'd been down the Whiskey River, yeah. Making sure to get your free half level off the weekly Wondrous Tales. I have not gotten any of them started, so no. Say thank you to the super nice guy willing to help us with this. I know that it's funny, the guy's like, oh, you won't get anything from it. It's like, motherfucker, I don't care. Oh, he is like mean DPS too. Holy shit. Of course, he is like level 90. You're gonna crumble him. Yeah, this motherfucker hit him hard. He's running away in fear. Look at this. Thank you, OP bro. Very nice. Ever heard of Sweet Half-Life? It's a mod for Half-Life 1. I have not. Yeah, there's an option saying skip previously seen cutscenes. Yeah, I know, but it's short enough. It don't matter. Jeez, just melt him. He did very, very good. Very, very good. Do. Alright, and now... And now we shall leave. Because he was cool. See? People in Final Fantasy are cool. They're cool. Oh, people will be like, I got this. Yeah. People nowadays don't know how to temper themselves. What happens when you aren't taught discipline, especially self-discipline? Yeah. Now we gotta go back to, I'm trying to remember where it is. I think this is actually it right here, yeah. Gotta go back to Revenant's Toll. So we have left is weird. You got Zen aliens, Martian aliens, the U.S. Army, anime waifu, and HEV suit, a fucking minigun player can use, etc., etc. That's weird. Favorite match chick moment? That is hard. I will always love the Xavier episode. The one where it's Shake's son, quote unquote. That one will always be one of my favorites. Has one of my favorite Carl moments. Has one of my favorite Shake moments. Well, some of my favorite Shake moments. Like the rant where it's like, second by second, you waste my time. I love that one. My favorite Carl moment is definitely the Boost Mobile one. Where he goes on the rant, it's like, isn't it clear to you how I would just completely and totally fuck your ass up? Wish I could run into nice people here. All I got are horny weirdos. Never played Dark Watch. Kind of wish there were more games like that. It's interesting, yeah. I don't remember a lot of it, but I definitely remembered it was weird. Let's not count the bullets. Count the bullets is fun. But I like more of his rants. Carl run to the hooker will forever be funny. That one's a good one, yeah. Ready to take on KFC Savage? Yeah. How attractive does a Spire Girl need to be consider fucking it? It cannot be majority spider leg. No. Hot take, my best quote code is, okay, have a crappy weekend. Hope your house burns down. Yeah, that's a good one. I like it's nice people. That guy gets horny weirdos and I'm just invisible. Love Team didn't use regular bleep for censorship. It was creative, yeah. Tally has perfect native titties in Dark Watch. Man wanted bunny cunny, but she ran before payment. Played football in high school? I did not. Weebro did. No, I did JRTC. You know about the brutal shit Chinese 14 players went through to get a black fat chocobo? I did not. What happened? Remember that one Octane episode where they made fun of standards and practices? Yeah. Remember that era of comedy where everyone made fun of the FCC and censorship and the lesson is be as offensive as possible because that's how you make something funny? I remember those days. Ragnar is unparalleled comes Spider Waifu as well. She kind of cheats with her design because she just looks like a lady sitting on a spider body. Because she has the two front legs that are just normal human legs. I mean, they're covered in like the chitness thing, but it looks like two women legs. Remember the FCC song on Family Guy? Yeah. Remember Futurama? They also had episodes where it's about like promoting sleaze and anti-censorship. How about the two-man conversation joke in the Broodwitch episode? It's funny. The little improv moments like that, they're entertaining. I'd be accurate to despise John Lennon and Yoko Ono for putting the seeds of the current moralizing media slop. So remember, Lennon's woman is the nigger of the world. He definitely contributed to it, but he's not the one that sowed the seed. He just helped it. Wasn't the last episode of Blue Mountain State, Alex Kellogg at the FCC? Yeah. Chinese players get a fat black chocobo had to eat like 4 meals of KFC in a single sitting to get a single code for the chocobo. Those poor motherfuckers. I miss those jokes. Even Duckman did those too. Yeah, because that used to be what they believed in. You say Game of Thrones is a poor man's look at the Friars from Jurassic Park? I think the episode itself is mid, but the ending alone saves it. The ending of Game of Thrones is genuinely pretty heartfelt. Him getting that last conversation with his mom and realizing that like his family still cared about him, that's good. You know, those are always kind of my favorite moments of Futurama, where Fry kept thinking his family never gave a shit about him and he was forgotten. But, like, then it revealed his family very much cared and they missed him a lot. Like, those always hurt. The fellas at the freaking FCC. Yeah, that shit. Really hated the replacement Mustang Riley Vincent got. Don't care if his souped up engine looks like shit. Yeah, it's like the fucking Cobra GT is great. It's iconic. FC jokes are still the best jokes in that era. Yeah. Isn't KFC not in the States supposed to be better? When we had it in Japan, it was mid. Look at the Friars, still my favorite episode. That one, yeah, that one's painful. What expansion's all on? I'm thinking Heaven's Ward. We are on the patch quest leading up to Heaven's Ward. Really, one episode about his brother naming himself after Fry. Fuck me, man. That one always hurt. Yeah, that was Luck of the Friars. My monitor died yesterday, just turned off and never turned back on. New ones in tomorrow, but meanwhile I'm using the one I played GTA 5 fucking 10 years ago. Old shit is better than new, yeah. Once again, I attacked the judge in Vegas. Socioeconomic factors. Most over a game composer? I don't really know, because, like, I never really think too much about their names, and if I do know who they are, like, their name, it's usually because I like them. Popeyes is peak, KFC's overrated. Not gonna lie. I'm agreeing with your political opinion there. I've really grown to appreciate Popeyes. Mid is better than the awful with the gagging. KFC where I live is shit now. Yeah. Episode where we see Fry's relationship with his dad is my favorite. Yeah, where once again it kind of frames as, oh, his dad never gave a shit about him. Then the very end reveals, no, he did care. He was strict, but he cared. Popeyes in the UK now, it's pretty damn good. It is very good. Thoughts on church chicken? The one we have is not very good. New Futurama will be like, how can we fit in with the kids? Old Futurama, here's some sci-fi comedy with surprise, hard-hitting feels. Yeah. You're watching C-Lab 2021 recently. Got Sparks underappreciated character. C-Lab is great. Not every episode hit, but God, they hit. Thank you for admitting Louisiana is the best place ever. What's deal with Chick-fil-A? I like Chick-fil-A. It's not a fried chicken place in the sense of like KFC or Popeyes, but it's good. Oh, it's like my phone was on Epstein Island just so people can make the joke. Ah, geez, Lois, this is worse than the time I was on Epstein Island. $805 my episode 27 of Gintama, but that trans episode was good. It did what most Americans failed. Yeah. Like, that's the thing I really like about Gintama. It actually had very heartfelt things to say, and it said it in the most I don't give a fuck, balls to the wall way possible. That's on Zaxby's? I like Zaxby's well enough. That's on Raising Cane's. We had a Raising Cane's here for like 2 months and then it vanished. Like the Indian guy from C-Lab. Oh, the doctor? Yeah, he was fun. I always loved Captain Murphy, though. Like the episode about the Easy Bake Oven, that was great. Just because he was so ruthless about it. It's like, you are expendable. That oven is not. It's like, goddamn, dude. How bloody do you like your steak? I like more. I like mine more medium. Sir Alice for 2 fake monies. Here's a manga recommended for you. Rental Oni-chan. Legit sad. Could be. Cyborg episode. Yeah, that one's fun. You could definitely feel the proto-Archer vibe to it. Because a lot of the people involved with C-Lab went on to do Archer. Like, Adam Reed, I think, was the lead showrunner in C-Lab. And he did stuff like Frisky Dingo and Archer. Slim Chicken? We only just recently got a Slim Chicken, and I haven't eaten there a lot, but I do like it. I actually do like it. Is Archer still going? Archer ended. From what I understand, it finally had its finale. Gotta go to sleepy time. Thanks for the stream. Hope to catch another one. Yeah. Frisky Dingo need more love. Yeah, that's another one where I didn't really appreciate as much as I didn't appreciate as a kid as much as I really should have. But I only got into, like, Archer after I was already an adult. Like, I was, like, 19, 20 when I started Archer. Thoughts on quintessential quintuplets? It's okay. I'm not a big fan of harem stuff. Because I'm usually, like, the best girl that I always like never wins. Or they go with some cowardly everyone wins or nobody wins shit. And it's like, nah, I'd rather just watch 2 people grow to care about each other and fall in love than the harem stuff. That's why I like my Dress Up Darling, because my Dress Up Darling was just a no bullshit romance story. Yeah, Gintama definitely not afraid to talk about a lot of things and was able to make good points. Yeah. Do you have a Sheets near you? No. We're supposed to be getting one, but I don't know where and I do not know when. I have a manga recommendation like Solo Leveling got an anime adaptation. Returners Magic should be special. I know it sounds but give it a read. Was China, Illinois good? I don't remember a lot of China, Illinois, but my brother liked that one. He said it was good. KFC in my country can get burgers. The Zinger Stacker is the infamous burger that's memed in the country. You ever make a video criticizing God of War reboot? How much do you want to bet EFAP will cover it? Remember finding Archer through the special animation that had both him and Conan, Simpsons writer talk show host, escaping some monsters, link in the Discord? Yeah. Because, Conan O'Brien did a collaboration with them to promote one of the newer seasons. I think it was after Archer Vice. Talk about your dad, but you never talk about your mom. Because she's usually just busy with real estate shit. Did you watch the Dungeon and Mesh episode? I have not. I plan on starting that on AnimeNet with the bros. You ever been to a Bucky's? Indeed. My family loves Bucky's. Like, there you go. You want a story about my mom? My mom worships Bucky's. She's waiting for when Kentucky's supposed to get some. She outright bought me a fucking Bucky's shirt last time they went down to Florida. How's the real estate market in Kentucky these days? Up and down. Some areas are really, really good. There's a certain region more towards the west, south of Louisville, that's getting the new Ford new Ford plant. It's going to be like a multi-stage development area where you have the factory, then you have sub-factories on top of that. That's going to bring in a shitload of people. And on top of that, there's going to be businesses from said people. They're expecting a lot of Koreans. A lot of Koreans are going to be coming in to work at the Ford plant. So some areas are going to see a spike in population, which obviously will drive demand for housing up. So if you're a property owner and you want to sell, definitely look into it. If you're in this area, you know, around like E-Town, Radcliffe, south of Louisville, those places. If you're in Litchfield, you're a little bit too out there, you're a little bit fucked. But, you know, why Koreans? I don't know. I guess maybe it's just like a Korean part of the company. Are you scared for your mom? Hear real estate agents get assaulted during houses. Nah, she can be mean. I was like, nah, if she knows she's heading into something that is a little bit too much to handle, she will just ask my dad to go with her, and he will. Like, she's not stupid. Is the Bucky's near Lexington? It's supposed to be. Litchfield or Lynchfield? Lich. And that's not even how I spell it right. I'll spell it in chat. That's how you spell Litchfield. She's able to raise Lolly, thinks she'll be fine. Hope it's not worse. Koreans, good Koreans are leaving in droves from South Korea for years. Memes about birth rate and population growth. That's on Hardee's, in my opinion, the best fast food burger. Whenever I go to Hardee's, I usually just get the hot ham and cheese, because that's what I like. Been seeing a lot of Asians where I live recently. Shit's weird. A lot of them are coming over. You ever Bucky's beef jerky flavor? I'll judge you heavily based on your answer. I've never actually bought the beef jerky at Bucky's. I usually buy the sandwiches. The sandwiches and like the cashews or the walnuts. Because they have a pretty damn good fucking steak sandwich. I'm going to say it's steak sandwich, but it's like a pulled brisket, something like that. Those Asians should be carrying a gun by default. A lot of them do. A lot of them in the office I work, they do. Because, yeah, they're not stupid. One was wearing a cowboy hat and boots. Made me laugh because of how hard he was trying. Missed that spicy honey chicken strip from Hardee's. Yeah. Brisket sandwiches and jerky slaps. I need to try the jerky. Yeah, their brisket sandwich is fucking crazy good. Their pulled pork sandwiches always smell awful. Maybe it's just me, but like every time I've had one of their pulled pork sandwiches, it smelled like actual dog shit. To the point that when I was driving through for like a trip and I had the dog in the car, I was picking up Winston. We went through one, and I swear to God, I thought Winston shit in the car, but he didn't. It was just how the sandwich smelled. So I'm like, all right, so I'm not going to get the pulled pork anymore. I'm just going to get the brisket because that makes me worried. Be friendly Korean, it'll help in the long run, especially when shit goes down. yeah, the Archer and Conan one. That was to promote one of the new seasons. I don't remember which one. Gonna click off for a second to check Streamlabs, so if it starts stuttering, that's why. It does that when I click off. There we go. Yeah, season 8, yeah. You ever watch Ballmasters 9009 by the same guy who did Super Jail? I never did. Oop. No Bucky's in Ohio. Yeah, it's a more southern thing. Thoughts on Cajun food? Why it's most culturally superior of all foods? I do like jambalaya. Jambalaya is pretty fucking good. You got Culver's or Steak and Shake in Kentucky? If not, that might be a deal breaker. We do. We have both. Though you don't want to go to any of our Steak and Shakes. Every single one is awful. Shota still refused to go to one for good reason. Because he swears they dumped his burger in fucking soap water once. You ever get, do you ever think to yourself, man, my state's abbreviation is a sex lube? Hear about the new Star Wars movie? I know the fucking director of it's going, oh man, it's about time a woman directs Star Wars. Like, how the fuck do you not see the goddamn trilogy with Rey? Like, are you kidding me? Should I didn't vomit all day? Because, damn. Oh, no, he hated it. Him and Irishman were still pissed off about it. They still refused to go there. For good reason. Because it's like, motherfucker, that's not cool. Dayton area just got Bucky's. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I know how bad the Popeyes near me is. Not a single person who works there is black. Have they been doing my magic vagina for like 10 years now? Yeah. Original Star Wars was saved by a woman in the editing room. Yeah. Wasn't Rogue One directed by a woman? No. That was Gareth, Edwards? Yeah, I think it was Edwards. He shares a name with the guy who does the Raid movies. It's Gareth Edwards and the other Gareth, and they both have last names that end with E, and they fuck with me. Because I always mix them up. Can you pronounce jambalaya right? I did. I refuse to believe Shota's a real person. People who are in charge of Star Wars now are legit retarded. They are doubling the fuck down on ESG, and it's like, dude, you've already spent so much money. Like, how do you really think this will make up for it? Tarantino, a woman editing most of his movies, and he praised her too. Yeah. Agent for $5. I'm writing a spy movie called The Academy. Look out for it by Adrian Palmer. I want a review. If you made it, I'm not going to review it. Especially since you paid me to say it. It's like, no. I'm going to iron that in. It's like, I'm not going to cross that line where I'm getting paid to review shit people made. Because at that point, that's like conflict of interest stuff. I mean, obviously, I know you're joking, but it's like, it is a thing of like, I really don't want to set that expectation. Can't think of Jambalaya without thinking of Seinfeld and Newman scurrying out of the Soup Nazi's place. Not to mention the Ahsoka show just came out. Yeah. Dun, dun. Disney has cheap money drying up. Why are they doubling down? Because Disney itself is also drying up, so they're scrambling for everything. Lots on female bosses who sexually harass male employees. Yeah, it's not great. Gotta make a video about now and then here and there. I plan on it. If I read a book, I would just say I wrote a book and refuse to elaborate so people go find out.
Who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have.
Lucasfilm also made Indy 5 last year. Man, that was a bad year. Exactly.
I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled,
Disney World was not
perhaps you
infinite.
would be good
Yeah.
enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
Look on Google how to pronounce Jambalaya because they got it right, unlike you. Yeah, Jambalaya.
Last night, the Dragon Star burned with an intensity not seen in 15
He turned us into fucking killers!
Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
Jambalaya. Yeah.
Rhyme,
Even James Manco couldn't save Indy 5. Yeah, right. That was a fucking disaster.
of the Dragon Star is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that
What are your thoughts about Vieira and Hrothgar finally being able to wear hats in the near future? I don't like it. I don't like it.
Centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might.
That sounds like Ignis from Final Fantasy 15. Same actor. Possible.
To fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Gallian fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragon Star portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Alright, so we are getting to be less than 20 quests away from Heaven's Board. By the end of the stream, we might actually be on the 15 mark.
Wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Lots of Matt Groening is on the list. I thought he was. I thought he was actually outed a while ago.
Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken.
I just want to be able to wear eye patches and a hat at the same time. I'm addicted to big cloth bandana, but there's some killer hats I want. Yeah. That's on Crisco oil. That's pig lard, right? Because at that point, I just kind of go,
Only by directly examining the keeper of the lake can we be certain.
if I want to fry something, I'm trying to get my family out of doing like vegetable oil and stuff like that and just go to like actual fat. And that's supposed to be better. It's not great because it's still frying, but it's better. Like we're doing tallow more. Tallow's a bit more pricey, but it just works. It just tastes better.
We knew you would not disappoint us.
It fries so clean, we're tasting how artificial some of the flouring we use is. Heaven's Ward's good, but I always dread doing Stormblood. Stormblood's been pretty good so far. Granted, I haven't hit the filter yet, so.
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Granny and Clinton were outed years ago, yeah. Yeah, some journalists are saying Dragon's Dogma 2 has got a war energy because it's monster climbing. I hate journalists. Yeah, it's stupid. I'm Stormblood and Holy Hell's main quest, story quest sucks. I liked a lot of what was set up. I like Yutsuyo and the whole war. The moment where the peasant guy is like pissed off because you inspire him to fight again. I liked that moment. Stormblood is a Titan questline extended into an expansion. Yeah. That's an air fryers. Find them overrated compared to deep fryers. We have an air fryer. They're not bad. Granted, we use them to like heat up, freeze our chicken wings and stuff like that, so. Favorite quest in this? I love Heaven's Ward. Heaven's Ward is still my peak right now. Shadowbringer's best story arc on the game by far. I actually cared a lot in the story. That's what I keep hearing. I hear Shadowbringer is like fucking amazing. Pig fat's good for baking. Oh, okay. Monster climbing has got a war. Game Journals, you never heard Shadow of the Colossus? Yeah. Will you pick up dung for peasants after killing a minimum of 17 gods just to prove to them? Toaster oven air fryers are a gift from God. I don't know why my mom gave us one that she got from work for free. You watch Monk, did you see Psych and Burnos? I watched bits and pieces of Burnos, and yeah, I like Psych. Psych was good. Shadowbringer is really dark. Huh? I'm up for it. A lot of the setups are pretty grim and the quests leading up to it. That's on fried rice. I like fried rice. I really like fried rice. So it does need oil. Air fryers? No. They don't need oil. You're really not supposed to put one in it. And it's literally what it says. It fries it with air. So it superheats air. Burnout is one of my favorite shows of TV of all time. I do hear it's good, and I do love the actor who's in it, the main guy. Because I've watched stuff he's been in since Burnout. Like he was in Sicario, plays a great character in that. He was in Fargo season 2, was a great character in that. So it's a thing of like, you know what? I am tempted to just sit down and watch through that show to kind of see where he kind of starts. Plus, it has Bruce Campbell. You can never say no to that. You can put oil in it for stuff like fries. Yeah. It's... Speaking of Heavens, where I feel so bad for Adbert, guy just wanted to save the world, but it was manipulated by Asians. Yeah. Heaven's Ward has some pretty sad moments. Makes crispy air. Yeah. Alright. Hell, even job-specific stories from Shadowbringer were really good. Yeah, I know, later on through the expansions, I don't remember which one they officially stopped doing them, but people are upset because they stopped doing job quests. Just don't get manipulated. Easy. Shadowbringer is my paladin bros bring light to the darkness. Yeah. My parents worship air fryers. They're good. They're good. Now, what are your thoughts on the manga Berserk? Shadowbringer's Big Bad is one of the best. Like I said, I'm excited to get to it. You ever read Homestuck? I know people were super into Homestuck. I never got into it. Really funny how the only actions the American government's doing to stop the border crossing is Sioux states are trying to stop the border crossing. Yeah. Gotta love that shit. Okay. Okay, keep her like, so yeah, this should be good. So we don't have to worry about a queue. I didn't want to kill him. I am excited. that is one thing I will say. 14, regardless of the area of game you're in, the villain is usually really cool. The only one where I'd argue the villain is kind of weak is Heavensward, and that's just because it's a big evil dragon. Even then, there's a lot of sub-villains around it that are really cool. Like, I love when the Empire shows up and just, as an insult, enslaves the fucking dragons. The dragons fucks up gods. Like, I love the fact that Empire just comes in and fucks people up. I love it. I always love him. Nidhogg was mid. He was mid because he didn't really do anything beyond go, I want revenge. The church was cool. And as stated, I love the Empire. The Empire are always my favorites in this. There we go. I'm getting eaten by crabs. I'm stuck. Starts making quickly, gets worse thanks to Tumblr. Oof. The remake opening just dropped a couple hours ago. It was pretty good. So prefer the original though. Yeah. Three crabs, one rabbit. Not fan of Stormblood's big bad because he's just a Sephi clone. I like Hitsuyo. The evil chick. I like her. She's just over the top. She just likes hurting people. There we go. Draw the aggro. Ah, fuckers. Crab people. Yeah, drew a little bit too many of them at one time. Crab crawled up my leg the other day, told me how to make a gun that shoots crabs, even made it at crabs. Got your bingo card ready? What do you think they'll give? We'll try to distract from the list. Got UFO stuff, illegal immigration, more true and stuff. Well, we just had the mass shooting in Iowa, so that's definitely a factor of it. There we go. Yep. That's on Scamboli. Is that like a food? Because if so, I haven't eaten it. What do you consider being the minimum height to be considered a giant woman? Nigga, I'm not going to justify your tags. There we go. Scamboli reviews. Oh, I never watched them. Or if I did, it'd be like a video I didn't even realize he made and I don't remember it. Beaver Creek happened about an hour and a half from me. There you go. Oh, fucker, come on. There we go. Why so crabby? Ugh. Come on, assholes. Favorite Prince album? I never really listened to Prince too much. I know songs, I don't really know his albums. Come on! Oh god. There we go. If you're a ho-ho-ho female character, mine's a Rabble Chick from Till Love Rouge. She's pretty good. Larry been farming this fell court of Troya for the damn scouting body. I haven't gotten it. Send help. Vegeta was on the island. There we go. Favorite Prince album is the Batman soundtrack. Any opinion on Tekken 8 or any of the new characters so far? Rain seems interesting. I'm going to give it some time before I look at it. I know Harada just ripped somebody's ass on Twitter for saying that Tekken was not diverse. And basically said, go fuck yourself. Pretty funny, and they lead to relic weapons on Endwalker. Well, there you go. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Ow. Fuck. How much until the Dead Rising video? I got the next few videos planned out, so it'll be a little bit of time. A little bit of time. I gotta walk all the way back there. Pretty sure there was a shortcut, but I didn't see it. Upside, all the enemies are dead, so you know. For Ho-Ho, all I can think of is Livia Giata and Feld right now. Yeah. There we go. Forgotten just how Kano Bebop was until my recent rewatch. Yeah, it is very good. Very, very good. Have you done some of the Hillbrand quests? Yeah, I did on my main. Those are fun as hell. Any reviews you want to do to redo, i.e. Perfect Blue? I've been thinking about the Mandy one. Mandy was another one I did pretty early. That'd be a good Halloween one. Mandy is like a very good Halloween movie. Music fun fact: Prince sent a handwritten letter to Weird Al telling him not to make eye contact in musical awards for his parody of Purple Rain. Oh god. App is so pretty, but I played so many times, I'm sick of it. Just turned Midgar Somar into a trial god. Alright. I'm immediately running over there. Fuck. I'm too far. I'm too far. This is gonna suck. I'm popping all my defensives. Tekken isn't diverse. My brother in Christ, Tekken's been diverse since 1. Yeah, right? That's what, basically what Harada said. It's like, fuck you, it's not. Will Jeffrey Epstein's resurrection be announced on the Fortnite like they did for Emperor Palpatine? There we go. I showed Manny to my roommate around Halloween. He digged it. It's a good movie. Definitely one you have to watch more than once, though. When I first saw it the first time, I was kind of like, I'm not really getting this. Then I watched it a second time, and I'm like, you know what? I fucking get it. It's great. In fact, at the end of Batman Arkham Origins, they teased a Suicide Squad game with Deathstroke and Amanda Waller. They even let you play as him in the challenge mode. Yeah. First galactic sex trafficking ring. There we go. He's dead. People say Tekken is not diverse. The same people who say an entire cast of black people is diverse. Yeah, basically. It's like, what the fuck is even your definition of diversity? And it turns out it's literally just black people because Twitter said so. Dalai Lama was on the island. Oh, God. And I bet Buddhists are having a fun time with that right now. Yeah, Wu-Tang Clan, the video game, yeah. That kind of leads into my point about black fetishism, or fetishism, however you fucking say it, where it's legitimate fetishization of black people in a way that's, like, actually unhealthy and pretty fucking creepy. Remember vitamin water? I still drink it. There we go. Now pick up the key. Fair Point's not an accessible movie, but it is very good. Yeah, you just have to watch it more than once to really get your real feelings on it. I mean, visually, it's amazing. Buck breaking is real, just not in the way Tariq thought. They act like an NPC for a moment, but black people are cool, white people are gross. And Dalai Lama tongue kiss a boy, him being on the island isn't that surprising. Yeah, I stated Buddhists are probably having a fun time with that right now. But for a fact, these people watch black on black gay porn exclusively. Kick his ass. How'd Epstein get a llama on the island? Is Brendan Fraser on the list? God, I hope not, considering what happened to him. Come on. Hell, these same people made the BBC porn meme. Hell, these same people made the BBC porn meme. Yeah. As stated, it's a thing where you go back and watch a lot of comedies back in the day. They really emphasize, like, oh, the white girl really wants to get with the black guy. It's like, that's kind of fucking weird. I mean, hell, it's to the point that fucking Boondocks made fun of it. With Tom's wife. Oh, God. Was Epstein on the list? I hope not. He seemed like a great guy. He always ran great parties. Alright. Tom's wife wanted Usher. Yeah, she was kind of making fun of the white girl that fantasized about getting with the like the black guy. I mean, there's directly multiple moments where they talk about that. She did like Obama a lot, yeah. Tom's wife's a hoe, yeah. So I'll comment here once about people being obsessed with black dicks being closeted, and I have to agree. Yeah. Tom was also black. Yeah, but he wasn't that kind of black. She wanted the stereotype. She wanted the stereotypical, basically rapper, not quite gangsta, but, you know, black culture black, and Tom was not that. That's why they poked fun at it, where it's like, what the hell was she really expecting? Wasn't the Epstein list leaked years ago? A version of it, yeah. This is the official release of it. Tom's wife is just as boring as Tom. She's one more wild fantasies. At least Tom owned who he was. Yeah. Tom is one of those where, like, they play him off as a pussy, but they also address the fact that Tom really is a good dude. He is a good dude living the exact kind of life that they really should be living. It's like, yeah, it's boring, but that's the point. A normal life is boring. If I remember right, one of the black gangster movie parodies had a black guy who was a black supremacist dressed in African clothing, blow off a black girl, try to get with a white girl. Yeah, that was Don't Be a Menace While You're Drinking Juice in the Hood. And yeah, it was a black supremacist who his version of getting revenge on white people is to fuck white girls. Tom's a good dude. Doesn't want to get butt raped in jail. Yeah. I thought the Boondocks creators want an attractive woman who wants to fuck black guys. That's probably an aspect of it, but as stated, it was also a commentary thing. Like, Tom himself is a direct parody of the Uncle Tom thing, where, I mean, he's a put-together black guy with a wife and kid who works as a fucking lawyer. I mean, hell, his name, Tom, is literally a play off Uncle Tom. Tom could actually fight, though. Yeah, he wasn't a complete pussy. That's what I mean. He was more than just he wasn't just a stereotypical race traitor. There was actually more to the guy. The equivalent never asked the race of a white supremacist girlfriend. Yeah. Everything in Boondocks satire. Yeah, egregious satire. So well-off black guys and Uncle Tom. Well, that's what I mean. That was the joke of it, you know, where that was the expectation of an Uncle Tom, and they contrast it with characters who lived more black, and they were fucking miserable, stupid gangbangers. Tom hides his power level, yeah, and Tom did defeat the Booty Warrior. Really despise the term race trader. Yeah. Because it's like, really? We're all in this together? It's like, fuck you. No, we're not. Tom could have killed the Booty Warrior. Yeah. Using peaceful with boring. Yeah. I say that's part of the satire of the Boondocks, where it's like, they make a point of like, oh man, Tom, he's such a piece of shit. He's this and that, and you know, it's like, oh man, he ain't a real gangster. He ain't a real gangster, and it's because he's like a normal fucking dude with a good life. I mean, hell, that was part of the joke with Gangstalicious. Like, Gangstalicious was the real hood homie and all that shit, and he lost all his fucking money and had to work for UPS. Remember Stinkmeier's friends, that great crab mentality speech? Yeah. Tom's also part Scottish. Yeah, Tom himself was like mixed race. That's why his kid looks more white than she does black, because she's basically like 1/4 black. The activists just wanted to experience black culture. Correction, they want black people to be stereotypes because they don't understand human nuance. No, it's wanted money. They played up the black culture thing just to be like, oh, you should donate to us. You should donate to us. It was all a money grift. Uncle Ruckus is hilariously on point. Yeah. Uncle Ruckus is the actual one that's supposed to be a race trader. And even then, they don't play him as like a two-dimensional bad guy. He's also got his own thing going on with him. What did he do to make them niggas that mad? Still a great episode. Still a great episode. Yeah, Tom Star is what they call a quadroon. Yeah, I think they outright call her that, yeah. Thugnificent was the rapper that went to UPS. Gangstalicious was the rapper lost everything. Yeah, it was Thugnificent. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, Gangstalicious was the gay one. I need to watch Boondocks again. Like, all the seasons are on Amazon. That should be the next show I go through. I fucking love Boondocks. I love that shit as a kid. Nigga, did you just break that vase? Nigga, did I just catch you having fun? Nigga, did I just catch you wanting to be shit? God, I love Ruckus's family. Grandpa's best. Oh yeah, Grandpa's best. The minute John Witherspoon died, I was like, you can't do the reboot anymore. You just can't. Without Granddad, how the fuck is it even the Boondocks anymore? Like the episode where they want to go see Soul Plane and they watch the trailer and John Witherspoon is in the movie and Riley says, Granddad, that sounds a lot like you. It's like, hey, that's that nigga from Friday. It's like, I still laugh at that joke. Last season really dropped off. Well, that was because the creator left because he wanted to do Black Jesus. Oh, God, my baby. Rux's parents and his grandmom fucked him, but damn, it was funny. Yeah. Tom and his daughter are the only people Ruckus seem to tolerate because they're more white than black. Yeah. So I felt when Johnny Harwick died. Cancel the King of the Hill continuation. Yeah. Since we're talking about Boondocks, thoughts on Black Jesus. I need to sit through and watch Black Jesus. Because that was another one where it came out when I was a kid. I don't know how I feel about it. Rux's mom when he was young was really hot. Oh, hey, Nidhogg. I like Granddad's Restaurant. Still sad we never got that Ruckus spinoff. Yeah. Black people Ruckus seemed to like her his brother's mom and Ebony Brown. And that's because his mom was exactly as crazy as him. Oh, no, this is Midgard Samar. Okay, yeah, so he's not Nidhogg. But he's getting there now. And I think that's the same voice actor. What's he gotta make it now? I'm not sure. Because he wanted to do Black Jesus, and I think that ended. I think he's, like, in charge of some other show. So it's perfect time to do Boondocks reboot or King though. Continuation, so much shit to saturate. Guess life finds a way. Problem is, would they actually do satire in the way they should, and that is make fun of everything? Or are they going to do BLM bullshit? Because, you know, that is a risk. That is sadly a risk. Remember Ruckus IRL? Yeah. Oh, God. Spelling Friends, the only good show they still have currently. One of them, yeah. Opportunity new season's not bad, though. Saw the VA of Ruckus and the Black Green Lantern. Sorry, I forgot his name. Did a collab and it was really funny. Oh, it was Phil Lamar. Phil Lamar played Jon Stewart in Justice League. Dunmar Ruckus is great. Boondocks made fun of Reagan too, still funny. That's what I mean. There's a difference between genuinely funny satire and just BLM shit. It's probably for the best Boondocks reboot got canned. Yeah, well, I mean, like, Charlie Murphy's dead. He was one of the big writers on it. John Witherspoon's dead. I mean, that's like a 1-2 blow right there. Like, at that point, man, it's just not going to be the fucking same. And Samurai Jack and Static Shock. Yeah, he was all over the place. I forgot who he played in Static Shock, but yeah, he was in it. Guy who plays Ruckus plays Stevie's dad, Malcolm in the Middle. Yeah. I'm glad that he does, he's able to do other stuff, because I think he's still acting. Not that, you know, Boondocks was his only role, and now he's kind of typecast forever. That would suck. He played Static. He played Static? I don't know about that. I'm gonna have to, you know, look at some Static Shock clips. I don't remember him playing Static. Maybe because I'm used to him having, like, a much older voice, so I'm just like, Static was like a teenager. I don't remember him sounding old. Ham Banana confirmed for Smash. Ultimate Smash tonight, you. He was Stack. Oh, okay. I haven't watched Static Shock in a long-ass time, so I just forgot. Dude has good range. He does have good range. I like the rich white guy accepting them in the neighborhood. He was such a piece of shit, but a pragmatic one. In Boondocks, yeah. Voiced Hermes, that makes sense, yeah. There we go. I don't trust the MCU with X-Men. Don't think they'll take it seriously at all. Yeah, everyone in general is kind of tired of MCU shit, so. Phil Lamar was Vamp too. I do remember him as Vamp. Do-do-do. You know, this guy's brain splattered in the back of the car in Pulp Fiction. Yeah, he was that guy.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve.
Just got done playing more Red Dead 2. Finished the robbing side business. The road's gonna spend. Let me tell you, that one's sad as fuck. Yeah. Got a new dog today. Some cocksuckers left their dog behind while moving and was starving. Decided to take it and get it fixed up. Yeah. And Nidhogg, the Tree of Life, came and said to me, "Fuck this parasite to the 9 realms and back."
Guided by a star.
I see his name pop up on Vamp. It blew my mind. Yeah.
My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn.
Yep.
Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive.
Remember when the comic version of Stag spun into its own universe and had its own Superman named Icon? He was pretty cool. Yeah.
Children did I sire. One now singeth.
Phil Mars is a cool cat, but we need to stop out the casting by race stuff. Yeah. Phil Mars was on Mad TV and he played Michael Jackson. Yeah.
Join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence.
Does fixing your pets mess them up like their hormones? It can if you do it too early.
Thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end.
Legal Eagles coping about Trump not being on Epstein's Island. Yeah. That's a good thing about, his whole channel. You know that if he ever shows up for a trial, he's just a biased asshole.
This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted.
Cool Dragon becomes a cute minion.
Hearken to me, Hydaelyn.
Khan's weird and alien turned into a black baby during slavery and lived to the modern day. And Sag Shocker was all about black history stuff, so it's fine. Like black issues and all that. Phil Mars, a black guy, voiced a Japanese man for many years, not one to talk. Yeah.
I shall not harm thee.
Legal Eagle really fucked himself, didn't he? Yeah. Well, I mean, he fucked himself, like, first thing I saw of him was, he made a video talking about the riots, where they tried to storm the White House, because that was during that time where Trump tear-gassed a bunch of protesters for a photo op, and I directly left a comment on the video where he talked about that, and it's like, hey, you really shouldn't be lying about that stuff and claiming to be a lawyer. Internet lawyers are idiots. Every single one. That's why I don't like the trust the expert genre that's been on YouTube, because it's like, what fucking expert? He's penetrating the bunny girl. It's okay, we got god powers. He's even an actual lawyer. He claims it, so I don't know. And once again, we lost all of our crystals. This happens every expansion. We lose our crystals. J6. It was before J6th. But he did freak out J6 as well. Trump had the right. Did Trump have the right to tear gas him? He didn't tear gas him. The police did because it was a violent riot. Dragos do canonically race mix in this game. Be careful. Yeah, they do fuck people. And people do in fact fuck dragons. Speaking of lore, what the fuck's going on with Ricardo? Literally watched him do oral on his mic to his wife take his kids or something. Don't drink and stream. Don't drink and stream. Trust the experts historically proven garbage. A guy once showed a quote of a general protecting planes and never becoming widespread military operations. Yeah. Every expansion, you lose your crystals. Feel bad. You gotta lose your crystals so you can get your crystals back.
Not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing.
Oh, really? It was violent? Why? Because that day was a bunch of Antifa people. They were like burning shops down and burning cars.
Profit much by her grace, but no.
Like famously, they charged at the White House gate that very night and a bunch of Secret Service guys got hurt. Every expansion, get fucked, nerd. Dipshit roommate claims he can't ever support Trump because the tear gas guy watches Voss so he helps fart for a living. Yeah, the same people who, same guy who cheered on Antifa, who also beat people. It's like, oh, tear gas is such a war crime. Fuck off. Well, I know how you don't get tear gas. Don't throw bricks through windows. You're saying every expansion is just more grinding. Why do we suffer? It's an MMO. That's why you're here. Mustard gas is a war crime. Yeah. It was a peaceful protest, bro. Yeah, that's shit. Assaulted multiple policemen, too, along with regular people trying to protect their shops. Yeah. Review Tech USA made a stream during J6 where he was shirtless, started screaming at his audience. I mean, that's what he always does every stream. Remember people who pro clutch over J6 cheered on constant political violence by their own side for 4 years? Yep. Icon got retconned to be a Kryptonian. He's been on Earth since slavery and lives in a big manor house, pretends to be his own descendants, and is really versed in space law. That makes sense, because they did tie Static Shock into bigger DC lore. And Icon was meant to be Superman anyway. Just to fuck with you guys, the animation studio made Boondocks Madhouse. Yeah, they also made Irregular at Magic High School. Yeah. I mean, Boondocks was very inspired by anime. We live in an era of people intentionally misinforming context because they want to be the hero in a pretend crisis. Yeah. Sure, your roommate the clips of Vosh Fang child porn, fucking animals, and just general bad shit. Yeah. Okay. So now we go speak with Alphanoid. Lots of nigga moments seen in Japanese. That is funny. Now let me do some math in my head here. I'll get to the cutscene before, because it's gonna have another cutscene. Boondocks has sequence dedicated to Afro Samurai. Yeah. Do. I've learned anything about these past 4 years that lefties and commies are some of the biggest liars, hypocrites, and most evil people I've ever heard or seen. Yeah. Kind of the conclusion I came to as well. You like sick animation, or have you never seen Rofangelo? I've never seen it. That's on Samurai Jack. I liked it. I liked the final season a lot. I know people have strong feelings about it, but I like it. Is that motherfucking RPG? Yeah. I would pay money to see Ruckus listening tools to fight niggas in Japanese. It's out there. There's a Japanese dub of the Boondocks. Alright, so uno, dos, tres, cuatro, and 16. We are now at 20 quests until Heaven's Board. So, I assume next couple of quests will just be talky people. So we'll be less than 20 away. Sick animation voice Mr. Boss from Smiling Friends. Oh, okay. That's on Eazy-E's voice. Who's Eazy-E? Dude from NWA? Out of curiosity why people hate the last season of Samurai Jack. Ending is kind of rushed. Like, it kind of scrambles to wrap itself up, and you can feel it. I remember the Waking Saiyans theme in a very long time. Good old days. Yeah. That lame dinner walking quest. Yeah. First 4 episodes of the last season of Samurai Jack were amazing. Yeah, they're good. I play the Battle Through Time Samurai Jack game. I've not. I remember the creator of Boondocks gave the Japanese the N-word pass. Pissed me off is that leftists abuse farmer protest, though they say they care about workers' right and have the gall to call farmers rich subsidies, basically keeping farming alive and profitable. Well, the funny part is whenever they see about stuff like the farmers blocking traffic, they're like, oh, well, people are allowed to run them over and shoot them. And I've just been responding with, you know what the difference between the farmers and the environmental protests are? The environmental protests are paid by big oil. The farmers are trying to prevent their fucking country from collapsing. Because if the laws that Germany wants to pass are passed, farming in Germany will take a hit to degrees that are insane. Like nitrogen regulations that will cut the output of all their farms to like almost like 90%. It is a fucking insane, stupid law. And we've already seen what happens when Germany pushes their environmental shit. It causes them to run straight to more dirty, less efficient, horrible alternatives. They banned fucking nuclear and had to run straight to coal. And they're strip mining large chunks of their country. So it's a thing where people go like, oh, well, these are okay. It's like, yes, because you know what happens if Germany gets its way. They will fuck things up. They are stupid. All attacks on farmers always come from communists who want to kill a group of people. Yeah. I still find the Uncle Richter Belmont meme you guys made was really funny to the Nocturne series. Yeah. You think of 80 Shankar, what the fuck is going on? His name, Dick Castlevania. If he ever gets to stand in Berserk, he's gonna make Guts British. He'll never get it. You know, right now the rights are Studio Gaga and Koji Mori, and Koji Mori was Miura's best friend. If he even smelled a possibility this guy would fuck it up, he won't have it. And they like to keep a lot of this stuff in-house. Sir Outledge for 2 fake ones. The Last of Us 1 won best OST on Steam over Hi-Fi Rush Anger.
Little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
There's a few more viewers on stream than YMS.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature.
Isn't Guts Germanic? It's Fantasyland Europe. It does not... There's not any actual, like, comparison to where they are. I mean, there's elements of it, but it's fantasy.
And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume. I already
said that Germany decided nuclear because Big Oil didn't like it. Now they have to strip mine their entire country. Yeah.
I must away.
I was thinking about my country not going nuclear. In fact, Australia's more uranium than Russia, America, and China combined. Yeah. Whenever we have a boatload of a resource we can exploit and become energy independent, environmental groups push to have it banned. And for the dumbest reasons ever. Like, well, if you mine here, you'll kill a turtle.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different. Why am I not...
Better watch out, YMS will judge your media diet. This day, I just remember that video of the farmer calmly explaining to a vegan protester about the sheer number of families going hungry if he switches to soybeans. Yeah. Like, it is idiotic exploitation of dumbass crisis actors and college kids. Because, I mean, you can find Craigslist listings that are specifically trying to hire people for protests to make it seem like there are people there. Dude. Let the turtles fucking die. Nuclear's cleaner than others. It's a lot cleaner. And you don't really have to worry too much about Chernobyl situations nowadays. Only if, you know, you only have to worry about it if you export all the energy to a Soviet state. You know, have them build their nuclear reactors like China's currently doing. They built like 20 in the span of a year when they're supposed to take 3 years to build at least. And it's below standard, irresponsible, horribly manned. Then you get shit like Chernobyl. And they wonder why the fire right's surging across Europe. Yeah.
We're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well,
we might hear a native who has 0.5% ancestry will get peeved because you're digging a special land and she did not make up on the spot. Yeah. Hey, Shankar better stay the fuck away from Berserk. He banned Apu and ruined Castlevania in the middle of ruining DMC. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think he'll actually get his hands on it.
And Arcean isn't immortal because
He'll bitch and moan and beg, but like as stated, Berserk right now is a prestige manga. You know, that's not just a goofy little thing.
Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Asian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white aurosite has adequate
Chernobyl was literal Soviet incompetence. Yeah.
Albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Asian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Japan holds Berserk right now in a very high regard. Yeah.
Short of experimenting on an actual Asian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the
This is a literal PowerPoint presentation in MMO.
Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White aurosite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me.
Japan knows they have Dark Fantasy Gold with Berserk. Yeah. What inspired Dark Souls was one of the biggest franchises in Japan.
Over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white aurosite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
He's gonna give us a quiz.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
That's on frogs. I like frogs. They're cute.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart
This one Yeda sound like a dumb bint.
extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Asian soul?
So Chernobyl went down, sir. It looks like a meltdown's possible. Nonsense. Soviet machines don't break. Get back to work, sir. We had a meltdown. No, it's impossible. Go back. Exactly.
On the off chance that an Asian appears.
That's the very
Ever tried bull testicles? I have not.
And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is
Speaking of turtles dying, my dumbass nephew killed my turtle.
If you mean to tap the great river of ether, know that
Prairie oysters are tasty. I have heard they are. I have heard they are tasty. I've just never had one.
may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs?
Speaking of nonsense about race, I remember amusement when the Sentinels and the X-Men realized the human mutant distinction was nonsense and they ran off floppy disks.
It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a
I think the CG team screwed over 2D teams, and 2D team also made current bastard anime, and that's good. Yeah, that's what I think happened.
What if we could tap their power from afar? A mile away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
So your nephew was too turtly for the Turtle Club.
I've yet to put my theories to the proof.
So the reactor room's on fire. No, it isn't.
About this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it's worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most...
Doesn't Claymore have confirmed romance with a kid who grows up into a strong warrior?
I thought you might say that.
If you're talking about the tomboy girl, yeah, she's in love with Schneider, Dark Schneider, who is possessing the little boy that she is a sister to. Not like blood-related sister, but they just stick together.
And I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know
Yeah, adopted sister, yeah. Rip Slippy, PewDiePie's pet frog who did nothing wrong but piss and shit on him his entire life.
Corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart.
Actually did force the workers to walk back in during the meltdown, threatened to arrest anyone who tried to say there was a meltdown until it was impossible to deny. Yeah.
I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Love how Bastard makes me feel like the 90s again. Yeah, it's good shit.
Something happened.
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild.
Is the main protagonist a bastard like a dark and edgy version of Rob Schneider or something? No, he is a wizard that tried to take over the world, so they sealed him inside of a child. And whenever the child is kissed by a virgin, Dark Schneider takes over. But he is still bound by like seals they put on him.
Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength.
Everything in Bastard's heavy metal. Yeah.
Stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid.
He's Wizard Rob Schneider.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go.
Does Bastard have actual canon
can't
hentai?
afford to
Yeah.
beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Dark Schneider was just pure fun. Yeah.
Eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of
Because if he could bang a woman, he absolutely did it.
exercise due caution, my pretty.
It's a reference to D. Schneider, you retards listen to good music.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alfino. We can
As a
hardly
rabbit,
refuse.
listen to music like headphones or big earphones.
Pray, join the crystal
So a grown
braves
woman
and
needs to
lend
kiss a
them
little boy in the mouth. Seems like author has a
and
fetish
Queen
deep down.
Paulino shall accompany you.
Yeah, check out Bastard, because it's not deep down. Wasn't Bastard one of the inspiration for both Berserk and Guilty Gear? No.
In the meantime, I would have you assist Moonbreeder.
Bastard and Berserk was like around the same time.
Testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
And Bastard's a lot more drunk fun. Like that is just full on sword and sorcery.
Please you, I shall continue mine own experiment.
Guilty Gear probably, because heavy metal.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone.
Yeah, he's a reference to Udo Dirk Schneider of Accept, yeah.
As soon as you're able.
Bad translation of the Bastard anime was butchered.
Safe.
I didn't notice anything too wrong with the remake. I thought it was alright. Isn't Bastard etchy dark fantasy compared to Berserk? Yeah, it's a lot more drunk fun as stated. I mean, if Miura took influence from it, it'd be like small details. Because, I mean, they're just two completely different vibes. Bloody power and fame. Yeah. I heard how Season 2 didn't have a good intro song, and I'm like, alright, so it's dead. It's dead. Yeah, Gwen Saga and mythology in general inspired Berserk, yeah. Yeah, Miura was open about Gwen Saga. He was flat out like, yeah. Bastard's less edgy than Berserk. It's still edgy, just in a different way. I say it's more just drunk fun. I mean, like, all of his spells are like heavy metal songs. Like, Venom just drags you straight into hell. Season 1 OP is so good. Oh, yeah. Did you like Ninja Guts and Bastard? He was cool. He was cool. He got his ass kicked, but he was cool. Season 2's intro song wasn't that bad. I will listen to it. However, Halloween. Was it Halloween? I thought it was Venom. It might have been Halloween. Bastard's good tits and ass, not Berserk tits and ass. That usually involves rape. Striper. I know Striper was in it. Striper, I think, was like a spell a paladin used, and that was the joke, because they were a Christian band. Like, I think they used it and opened like a gate to heaven or something. Or like it summoned an angel. Metal song spells. Yeah, I mean, it was a lot like JoJo, where everything was a reference to music in some way. Did you get a chance to watch Fearless Vampire Killers? I did not. Unpopular opinion, I like Berserk 2016-17 openings, even if they didn't fit, but God, they would fit any other fucking anime. Yeah. Just not a lot of love put into those, and that's what made it hurt. Gara is a cool jobber. He is. Black Sabbath has a based big fire spell. Yeah. One of the villains looked like King Diamond. Yeah, he was the vampire. Lars Ulrich was a dragon. Yeah. Fan on Witchblade anime? I liked it. I had no idea about it being a Western comic. I always thought it was like anime. But yeah. Megadeth is OP lightning spell. Yeah, that one was cool. I like that one. Budget for 2016 went all the music. No, they just wasted it because they couldn't decide if they wanted to do 2D or 3D. And then the 3D ended up looking like ass. If they could just decide, it could have been at the very least like Dorohedoro, where it's not bad. It had moments. Japan loves their heavy metal. Yeah. Witchblade also had a cute MILF for an MC. That is true. She was great. Uno Makoto making fucking great art for the anime. Yeah. I know Darkness and not Witchblade. I don't know. It's just one of those things. I never put two and two together. Ozzy Osbourne dies in episode 1. Yeah, bastard. You mean Klangzerk? Yeah. To be fair, JoJo probably what would come out if the bands the show references would get together and write a show. Yeah. Wonder which one has a bigger obsession of NTR, Japan or Western comics. Reed Richard and Hank Pym have it rough. Top Cow comics can be a bit unknown. Yeah, it's true. They're very niche. Witchblade got a manga and a light novel too, in addition to comics and anime. Yeah. Also, indirectly or indirectly, Conan inspired it. Also, Flesh and Blood. Are you talking about Bastard or Berserk? Because, yeah, Berserk was Conan, Flesh and Blood, mixed together with Rose of Versailles, H.P. Lovecraft, stuff like that. Okay. See where we go now. Also, like, right over there. Robert Kirkman's obsessed with NTR and black guys. Just Hank Pym is a constant cycle of this writer gave him a decent life and wife. Next writer burns it all. See, FBI, you had to join one. I just do FBI because at least I can hunt serial killers. Everything comes back to Conan. It was pretty big. Pretty big series. When Kentaro mentioned Bastard inspired Berserk, yeah, he was honest about a lot of his inspirations. Like I said, he was flat out like, yeah, Rose of Versailles inspired me. Yeah, romance like The Notebook inspired Berserk. Also, Berserk is based on Pride and Prejudice. Mayor said so, trust me. Everything is based on Devilman. Yeah. Isn't Hank Pym from Marvel basically a villain trying to be a good guy because his first dead wife had no writer remembers? Not really. That's been kind of rebooted multiple times. Conan, Lord of the Rings, building blocks are most fancy. Yeah. Think you can make live action Berserk for 200 million? I'm not doing live action Berserk. People ask all the time, is like live action Berserk, live action Berserk. I think live action Berserk would be a fucking mistake. Fucking mistake. And I don't care if people say, well, One Piece live action. One Piece live action has serious fucking flaws to it. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna make it an anime. It doesn't need the prestige of live action. You know, I don't want to appeal to the lowest common denominator retards. I played the whole Total War game? Yeah, I like Total War. I like Shogun 2, and I like Warhammer. Me, after atheist, I'd throw a book at the atheist neck. Who's the scientist now? I believe you believe that. That's on Gungrave. It's alright. It's pretty good. It won't work just like Hellsing, and animation suits 100% better. Yeah, it's like it's stylized, you know? It has such a style to it that, like, I don't want to remove that style because that rips away all the identity. Never got the Susan Storm one. Yeah, Reed Richards is sometimes obsessed with work, but that ain't kind of taking away the wholeness. Well, I think it's a generation of kids raised off the idea Reed Richards is a bad dad. You know, kind of the Goku thing where it's like, listen, that's an exaggeration. He actually very much cares about his family. Just checked which play it on YouTube, knows the dub, and goddamn Jamie Markey, the MC fucker, man. Yeah, that's why I just do sub. Almost never adapt anime into live action, damn it. There's occasions where it does work. You know, there are absolutely stories where it can work. The Gannibal live action show was pretty fucking good. But shit like Berserk, that is very clearly stylized as an anime, as a manga, and the most memorable images work as a manga. So you want to keep it to that. Berserk made like season 1 Game of Thrones could work. No. Dropping the term Game of Thrones, fuck that, no. No. I don't need 12 episodes in like an hour long each of everyone butt guts. There we go. My Home Heroes live action show was good. I didn't realize that got a live action show already. I thought that was still in the works. I might check that out. Anime was okay, so maybe the live action did it better. Because I do like My Home Hero. I mean, that is a grim fucking story. It's great. Cowboy Bebop should work as live action. Yeah, exactly. Should. And like Game of Thrones production value, I don't really care, no. I don't want to see it in live action. It's just stylized too differently. Game of Thrones is based off its own version of reality, and it's meant to be fantasy but grounded. Berserk is not that. It's very over the top, very rule of cool. And as stated, I'm just sick of Japanese media being adapted to live action by people who don't fucking care. It's like, no, I'm not gonna risk that shit. You're gonna sit there, you're gonna appreciate being a fucking anime. You're not gonna run away and go like, no, but it's not a cartoon, Mom. It's like, no. Stand your ground and be like, it's good as a fucking anime. It's good as a manga. You like Judge Dredd? Yeah, Judge Dredd's fun. You would care. No. No, I really wouldn't. Remember the ballsack soldier from the Witcher show? Exactly, right? I don't get why manga and anime got adaptations, just read or watch the original. I mean, like, anime adaptations really can add a new level to it, where it's like, holy shit, you know? They can really add a new spin to it. Zom 100 is very colorful and energetic, and that matches the manga to a T, you know? It can absolutely work, and they go hand in hand. It's like saying, well, why would you ever adapt a book into a movie? Because taking it to a new medium can like really add new levels to it. The problem nowadays is that live action adaptations of manga and anime are just 100% of the time misunderstand completely what makes it interesting, which is the fact that it's a stylized comic book, you know? It is a Japanese comic book with its own visual to it. And that's the fun part of it, you know? Something like Berserk, when I hear live action, all I think is they want to be like Game of Thrones, and they will fuck it up, and they don't understand that things are supposed to look certain ways and be framed in certain ways. And yeah, after Cowboy Bebop live action, no, fuck you. You don't get to do that. No more live action anime shit. No. You're banned. You're not allowed. Live action adaptation of monster filmed in Europe with accurate European language barriers and such would be awesome. Yeah. At that point, that'd be a German show with a Japanese guy in it sometimes. Also, change the ending. Fuck Johan. Fuck Johan. I don't care what Naoki was going for. Fuck Johan. Doesn't help that Goku's been flanderized since GT. Yeah. They do a Netflix Berserk. Pray to God they don't. Who do you think will necessarily race swap? Probably Guts. You know, Guts would be black, like literally the Black Swordsman, and Griffith would be white. Because they'd be like, do you get it? It's the white man taking advantage of and exploiting the black man. Be some dumbass shit like that. Once again, fundamental misunderstanding. Didn't Yu Yu Hakusho movie by Netflix suck as well? It wasn't a movie, it was an adaptation. At least that was Japanese, and yeah, it also rushed through a whole bunch of stuff. Like, that's the problem with a lot of live action stuff. They rush, and I mean rush, to get to the really marketable moments without understanding that the reason those work is because there was so much context and build up to them. Thoughts on gushing over magical girls, been seeing it making the rounds. Saw some clips of it. It looks funny enough for a gimmick. Where it's like a girl who like really likes magical girls is turned into a bad guy. And she's like a BDSM dominatrix. Like, alright, that's kind of funny, like ecchi-wise. You're being too generous. They make God hand as misunderstood benevolent dictators. Yeah, basically. It's like mankind without a leading force will eat each other. That kind of bullshit. Which, Berserk at least addresses that and addresses it as the fault of the idea of evil and a bad thing. Live action Fullmetal Alchemist was pretty good in my opinion. A bit rushed, but it was decent and accurate. As stated, I'm done giving them excuses. I'm done. I'm done giving them chances. I'm done giving them, well, you know what, that was okay. Maybe this one. No, fuck that. You're not allowed. You are not allowed. It's like, you want me to stop being a dick? Stop making terrible shows.
Aye, that ought to do it.
They're the God Hand one anyway. They serve the idea of evil, so they perpetuate misery. Japanese made, by the way. I don't care. Doesn't change. Doesn't change. Not allowed. You're banned.
It shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting.
You'd rather have live action or anime adaptation of Iliad? Well, Iliad's a Greek story, so that's a bit different there, and there have been adaptations of it before. Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou was technically an adaptation of the Iliad. Well, no, not the Iliad, it's the Odyssey, but... Have you watched 100 Girlfriends Who Really, Really Love You? I've seen clips. Damn, Gintama live action movies suck that hard. Gintama live action movies were just, you know, Gintama chapters in live action. Well, as stated, the Cowboy Bebop, One Piece live action, which everyone assured me was good, then I watched it and it was not great. Death Note, like, the fact that it's a legitimate, contentious argument right now that translators hate anime and manga, I'm done giving these people chances. I'm done giving them chances to fuck things up. Basically, we don't need live action. Exactly. Griffith explicitly ruled the world as a brutal dictator in '97, which is a weird addition. That was because it came out before the end of Golden Age. One Piece, you watched One Piece live action? I checked out an episode and I was like, this is stupid. Granted, I don't really like One Piece to begin with, but I was using that as like, a lot of people are using it to get into One Piece, and I'm just like, this is dumb. This is just Netflixisms all over again.
Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at
All pretty much just falls apart when you remember that idea of evil is being directly created by humanity as a whole. What do you mean by falls apart?
And you have long been a thorn in my side.
So Netflix only have One Piece then? Death Note and Cowboy Bebop were raped, now they want to do more anime adaptations. That's what I mean. It's like, we really don't want this to be a trend. How bad was the episode? It was the first one. I did not like it. I did not like it at all. Everything just looked like shit.
Do settle down.
At least live action Death Note was a commentary on U.S. interventionism rather than the Japanese legal system. They did something interesting, still doesn't stop it from being shit. It was just stupid. It wasn't a commentary on anything. It was just a dumbass Final Destination ripoff.
Oh dear. Could it be that frail Heidelin has forgotten her champion?
I want this to be a trend so I can see Netflix fuck up Chainsaw Man. You really don't. I understand his idea of evil is created by humanity to have something to blame. We're culpable in our misery because we focus on it. Well, yeah, it's humanity wanted an explanation for suffering and evil in the world. So in their demand for it, basically created Satan. They created the devil that they are not even aware is fucking with them.
With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my
Gonna for the new season of True Detective, excited for it? I don't know. I've heard mixed things.
What did that bastard want with us? Nobrialis, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious.
One Piece live action fan. One Piece fan's been too annoying for too long. Greenlight the live action Netflix.
Grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff.
Doesn't Luffy say stuff they would never say in the manga? Granted, didn't watch it because it looks bad and I'm already caught up with the manga. Well, the big thing is, like, when I look at One Piece and I look at a lot of the stuff around One Piece, it is Oda creating a tribute to 1920s cartoons. That is why the art style looks the way it does. So then I see the live action, which is just nasty and not thought out. Everything looks dry. Oh, sure, it emulates all the characters and how they look, but there's no cohesive vision behind it. You know? You know, the Speed Racer live action movie went out of its way to emulate that over-the-top 1960s anime style. You know? One Piece live action does not feel like that. It feels gritty. It feels dirty. It feels like Witcher, and it shouldn't feel like Witcher. Again, Satan said we create Satan community trust 100% of our info. I mean, it's just operating off of what the idea of evil is saying. So yeah, and it's the unpublished chapter. So, but it's a basic concept in like occultism, which is you will a being into existence. It's where you get tulpas. So it's essentially just humanity focused on the idea of evil, and so the idea of evil became a real entity. Witcher didn't even feel like Witcher. Yeah, exactly. Remember Drinker and the Rock drooling over One Piece live action? Yeah, because they're hopping a trend because everyone fell over feet for it just because it wasn't awful. That's why I think pushed a lot of the praise for it. It's just the fact that it didn't suck as hard as what people thought. Speed Racer movie's underrated. Yeah. That's about the only one I've seen so far that wasn't ashamed of what it was. What the fuck is with the cock soldiers from Witcher? No joke. There were leaks from TV where a guy who worked on Witcher was talking about how the writer's room is full of a bunch of annoying cat ladies that hate Witcher, so they went out of their way to write the Nilfgaardians as dickheads, so their armor looked like scrotums. Weren't Oda and Miura friends? As far as I'm aware, I mean, they knew each other because both had very popular mangas. I didn't know if they were friends. You read the Witcher books? Yeah. Witcher was trying to be bootleg Game of Thrones, so the books it was based off of. Exactly. Way the House Husband was good and copy of the manga. Nah, it was a that was a glorified fucking like slideshow, like a motion comic. Supposedly that's what the author wanted. I don't believe that. I think Netflix fucked them on the money. Every single time Netflix licenses an anime or helps work on anime, something goes wrong. Still discussing how they forget how much Oda was stressing himself out with the Netflix crew. Yeah, he demanded reshoots. He demanded reshoots over and over again. What game do you think needs a live-action adaptation anime series? I want a CNC show. Give me Tiberian Dawn or Tip Sun shit.
You will not harm.
Oh shit. The Legacy of Kain show would be pretty dope. Now that I think about it.
Did you learn nothing from our last meeting?
Miura and Oda are more like co-workers who respected each other. Yeah.
My words fall upon deaf.
Why is Berserk being targeted by usual suspects? Because it's dumbass kids that can get easy clout because it's a popular subject. It's literally like 14-year-olds going, well, why is there rape in this? Like, because it's meant for people who are not 14, you fucking moron. Then they go, oh, maturity means sex stuff. It's like, quite literally, yeah, fuck off.
What use?
Netflix really fucked up Ghost in the Shell. 2045, yeah. That was not one where I think the CG was a budget thing more than a style thing.
The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings.
Fear make a good action horror movie? It could. Have some John Woo style gunfights. You say, have I gotten to Berserk around elementary school? Yeah, this new generation isn't like that at all. Anything pisses them off, they run straight to Twitter for clout. The new generation is paid to be upset at things.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now.
Oda was mentored by the Rurouni Kenshin author, actual pedo who was arrested. I'm not saying Oda was involved, just make statement of fact. Well, there was a bit more to the Rurouni Kenshin story than that, but yeah, everyone knows that.
Insufferable woman. I would happily
Does Dr. Doom count as racist and he thinks everyone not Doom is inferior?
Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it.
Second season of Standalone Complex 2045 wasn't that great. Yeah, that's what I heard. That's kind of why I've been like, I'll watch it later. I watched Farron. I heard it was good, and I might check it out, because it does dip into some interesting territory, but I just haven't watched it yet. Max Payne made by the Drowned directors would be good, yeah. Back in my days as a youngling, I didn't have anyone to talk about Resident Evil or Devil May Cry with. I had to learn to love it and deal with it on my own. Yeah. Big problem with comic shit was that the West shit on adaptations that don't go edgy. Joel Schumacher's Batman had the best sets for Comic Book City. Well, Joel Schumacher came in at a time where he was explicitly being told to make it into a toy commercial. Like Batman and Robin, he will flat out say in the fucking behind the scenes stuff, this was all toy shit. I hated this. There we go. Oh, god damn it. I will try this. For real though, this generation's insane recent saw a poster on Spaceballs complaining that Transform using lemon is an ableist slur. Not kidding. Yeah, right? They are financially incentivized to be assholes. Joel Schumacher's phone booth is goated. Yeah, he's a good filmmaker. It's just the Batman movies, he was being told what to do by the suits, and he hated that. Loved his set designer was over the top, and I liked it for that reason. Yeah, it was more emblematic of the comic book, just the Adam West Batman, which is what he was more familiar with. Netflix gets final say on the One Piece live action instead of Oda, especially everything costs everything up. Yeah. I remember when if you wanted to sell it to older kids, made shit gory and edgy. Yeah. Reason we'll get more... we will never get more Max Payne's because Rockstar owns the rights on N-words. Well, that and guy who voiced Max just died, so I think it's okay to retire Max for now. I'll talk to your buddy about anime when you don't have the same taste for the most part. Yeah. We're back to waiting on the cues. Upside after this, we'll only have 17 quests to go before Heaven's Ward. Yay! Yay! Remy's gonna fuck up the Max Payne remake. I hope not. I hope not. I really do like Max Payne a lot. Let me finish this duel and I'll be on. Thank you. One level 90 speedrun? Just speedrun. Just speedrun. We're getting through this as fast as possible. I'll enjoy it later on my own time. How many hours did you wait on queue? Oh, they're bad. They're very, very bad. Earlier ones are very bad because no one's playing these anymore and you have to have full parties. That's why they thankfully they allow you to do unsynced, which is if you're over level for it, just go through and steamroll it. We do not have that luxury at the moment. I've not touched 14 in a good while. It sucks because my bro had a rough time with a girl on it. As long as NPR doesn't play like Max Payne 3, which plays like GTA 5, it'll be fine. I like the gameplay in Max Payne 3. I think it's good. That's some of the best shooting of the whole franchise. That's on Korra. I didn't watch it. I was long since past after The Last Airbender when it came out. Fuck it, surrounding on my way. Yeah. Make Max's wife black or Mona calling it out. I don't really care as long as the game is fun. Just let me shoot people and have the gunfights be fun, and don't shove it down my throat with, like, if they want to make Max's wife black, don't make it to be like a racist gang killed her, just have it be an incidental detail. It takes place in the modern day, so it doesn't matter. Your fans bound Ark or not? I have not. I planned on continuing with it tomorrow. I got to record audio for the Gunsmith Cats video. I was going to do that tomorrow because Gunsmith Cats video is going to be short. I'm just letting you guys know that now. It is going to be short because it's only like 75 chapters in the manga. I don't want to talk about the manga in full. And the anime is like 3-episode OVA. My ultimate goal in life is to befriend Eddie Shankar so I can personally tell him his Berserk pitch is shit. That's some EVE Online level planning. Do you watch TV shows for working out? I do not. Hellsing live action will be shit. Sarah's or Integra will be race swapped and be a message about British racism. They'll probably flanderize the Nazis, not even do a salute because it's too much. Yeah, that's what I think. Like, it's too much subject matter that they will be too tempted to do current thingism with. Like, I guarantee they will do a thing where the Nazis are secretly funding right-wing Republican politicians. Something like that. See me moving forward nonstop, by the way. I'm using my other controller, which is a fucking left analog stick. And you have to exit so you can. Yeah, let me do that. There we go. Would you consider a Spriggan review? That'd be interesting. Let's go into Mordona. Okay. So yeah, let me just go into the... Gonna probably have the Zabi family be the Trump family. Yeah, exactly. That's what I keep saying over and over again. If anyone says all art's political, just call them a fucking retard. Not in the sense of, like, we'll explain the politics of a picture of Saber eating a burger. It's that, do you have any idea how much politics can change in a fucking week? All you're doing is demanding every fucking artist keep up with Twitter, which is an insane demand nobody wants. It's like, hey, I'll remember all the people that simped for Bill Clinton and Obama? They're looking pretty fucking dumb right now. Alright, so I'm here. News co-producer Big Mouth is on Epstein's Island. Oh, is anyone even surprised? X-Pain 3's biggest problem for me is you can't skip the cutscenes till they're almost over. Then that, other than that, it's a super fun game. I like the story, but I want to play the game. That is true. It need an option to skip the cutscenes once you've already seen them. Saber eating burgers supposed to be cute, you sick fucks. Yeah, I'm currently in Mordona by the Revenant's Toll. I want this over with because it'll be the last one, and then I'm calling it and I'm going to bed. Very few artists are political, and even fewer include their personal politics into their work. It just isn't good practice unless it's the purpose of the work. Exactly. What is the politics of Pac-Man? I need to know. Oh, the doggos are doing good. Winston's kind of being a dick, though. He's kind of being a dick. He's getting into a bad habit where he'll sit by the garage door, and if you try to go outside, he'll bull rush right past you out. So if the garage door is open, he'll try to run out. It's like, hey, that's a really bad habit. Knock that shit off. I'm just going to friend you so we can find each other easier. Yeah. May as well. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, there we go. Duty. Unrestricted. I'm trying to remember which one we need. It's the... Yeah, the Chrysalis. They make the Knights of the Hanging Noose canon Netflix Hellsing. Yeah, right? I think media and people bringing up Trump every other problem will end. Been 4 years in presidency to get over it. Oh yeah, because he'll be replaced by the next figure. As stated, that's why never include contemporary politics in what you're working on, because just think in 5 years, is that going to be relevant? Will people still give a fuck about that? I mean, it is just a stupid idea. It's a stupid idea done out of anger. You can do political themes and talk about political issues, but it has to relate to something bigger. Favorite Berserk reference in other popular media? Dark Souls is pretty explicit with a lot of it. Like Dark Souls 3, you can just play as guts through the whole campaign. It's great. As Dutch once said, when I'm gone, they will find another monster. They have to justify their wages. Exactly. Red Dead Redemption's a good example of, yeah, the story has politics, but there's a lot more under the surface. There we go, kick this nigga's ass. This makes me think you're about to fight Awakened Alma. By being smart about politics, give people ideas, you can't have them think about stuff. Yeah. Like absolute lowest common denominator bullshit. Yeah. You play a RoboCop game? Would you recommend? I liked it. I actually thought it was pretty good. Towards the end game, spec into armor piercing. You are going to need it. Even if you have to sacrifice damage, just do armor piercing. You need to differentiate between political themes and political pandering. Exactly. There has to be a bigger story under it. It can't just be the political stuff. Because if it's just the political stuff and it's just you going fuck this side, you are missing the point of it. If Trump gets elected again, it's going to be annoying all the college students protesting and shit. Yeah. My hope is the Biden term and the Biden years have buck broken them so bad they just shut up and accept Trump. I mean, I can handle with their bitching and Twitter takes, but, like, every single person that gunned after Trump in the fucking Russiagate trial was outed as a pedophile. So... with all the Twitter moralizing, do you want Hollywood touching anime? Because the last thing I want is a hack director saying this anime is secret about communism. Yeah, like what they tried to do with fucking One Piece when it got popular. That's what I mean. Yeah, the Harvard president finally stepped down. Yeah, because you got caught plagiarizing and stealing a bunch of shit. Who's Trump going to punish after he gets elected? Hopefully everybody. Hopefully everybody. Mean tweets are much worse than horrible inflation and constant wars. Exactly. Trump pulling them Xenoblade strats. Okay, there we go. Both funny and genuinely concerning. All these all-ards political Twitter types can't tell the difference between Orange Band bad jokes and ending speech at MGS2. Exactly.
You're safe. Thank
An ending speech at MGS2 was not political. That was something much deeper. Easy fight E. Or Gunbreaker's just 3 DPS in a trench coat. I think there's a good chance enough leftists will turn on Biden for back in Israel. That's my hope.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come?
Douche. So far, Michael Jackson's clear, but a lot of the fuckers try to throw him under the bus ain't. Yeah. Gunbreakers with DPS act like they are.
I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again.
He's salty about the booty blasting.
You will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until
One thing always remain true. Senator Armstrong will always have my vote. Can't make it home without breaking a few eggs. Can't wait to see your review of Netflix Castlevania. Yeah. I may talk about it this year. I'm trying to get a bunch of stuff that's been, like, on the back burner for a while done. So the fact Muslim leaders in America have said they will not vote Democrat means not good things for Biden. That is true.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
Sail him in the coom jar. Is Oprah on the list? Supposedly Oprah was on the list. Did you hear about Jimmy Kimmel because some football players say he might be on an Epstein list? Yeah, he freaked out about it and threatened to sue him. And Kojima forget his own message from MGS2 and his future stuff? I don't think so at all. Favorite Coen Brothers movie? That's hard. No Country is really fucking good. Blood Simple is pretty great. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is fucking classic. Fargo's good. There's a lot of good ones. A lot of good ones. Barton Fink's underrated. I like Barton Fink a lot. Big Lebowski's also just great. Put him next to the Rainbow Dash jar.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Kim will say put his family in danger, but why would they be in danger if he's not on the list? Yeah, right? Just make a joke about it.
And it still isn't.
Nobody talks about Raising Arizona. Love that movie. That's a good one, too. Raising Arizona is great.
Fools. No mortal prison can contain
Still remember the character assassinated Hector in Netflix show, if you remember that? Yeah, it's awful. True Grit was good. True Grit was good. If only we had our crystals. Why do you think Trump didn't punish Hillary Clinton like he said he would back when he was elected? I think that was a campaign speech thing, sadly. Because he knew, like, hey, if he crosses that road, it shouldn't be something that upsets the balance, but it would have been. Because it is the thing where Hillary was guilty, but as we see with the Epstein list, there are a lot of people in government involved with the same shit as her. So it's like, I'm just glad we got a new season of Reacher. That is true. It's been really good so far. Cheesy, but it's supposed to be. It's Reacher. It's fun.
Master Louis I understand now.
Jimmy Kimmel's been calling Trump the very thing he's being accused of now. Yeah, right? Deep State's a real thing. Always was.
Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
What's wrong, Jimmy? Don't like being accused of things? Kind of like a certain politician he kept accusing shit of?
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
She now turned herself into pure ether just to fuck this guy over. Remember, SNL hosts are not people. Yeah.
It cannot end.
Trump already had the government working against him during his term. Imagine what they would have done if he did go after Hillary. Exactly. They would have actually just killed him. Press F for Muscle Mommy. She died for a good cause. This scene pissed me off in hindsight. One guy wrote Moen Brita into this game that his mother writer pandered to Fujos who hate canon relationships and killed his character off immediately. Yeah. Some bullshit. Fujoshi's just ruined everything, man.
You did it, my friend. The Asian is dead.
100 years old is a good run. Yeah.
This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
And if they did kill Trump, they said it was a suicide to cover it up. Yeah.
Are you all right?
F for white hair mommy. Yeah.
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
Already knew the Fujo shit. Yeah, it's part of the reason why a lot of big franchises in Japan, stuff like Resident Evil and all that, kind of lean into, oh, no one ever has sex or gets together because they're scared of pissing off psycho fans. I'm in Stormblood. I've done a lot of side questing to this day. I can only think of 2 pairs of currently married NPCs, both part of the Realm Reborn Manderville quests. Yeah.
She gave her life to temper the blade of light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable.
Check time we got on that run. 2 minutes 4 seconds. Not bad. Yeah. And a lot of that was him doing the phase bullshit. Final Fantasy in general appealed to Fujos ever since 7. That is true. I mean, that was the entire point of 15.
There is something I must tell you.
So bad idols must hide their relationship stats. Yeah. Some of them. There are some where they're pretty open about it. It just depends on the record and the image they want to sell.
Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not?
I hate shipper culture so fucking much. Same. You tell me FF15 was just to appeal to yaoi lovers and not bros who wanted to go camping? It is rare to see a supernatural western so far. Dark Witch and Evil Wested. There are a few. Bone Tomahawk, technically. They try to explain it, but technically.
This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured antecedents in the affairs of foreign
15 sucked ass despite having actual relationships in it. Well, 15 sucked ass because they wanted to do the multimedia thing where you had to watch a movie, then an anime. Like, the game was very blatantly unfinished because they had to... They wanted the ending to be DLC. A whole bunch of shit went wrong with 15.
Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored,
You don't think Titus should breed Yuna? Then I'll ruin your life.
His peers did accuse him of forsaking
Didn't help 15 had so much development hell. Very true.
and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder.
They go forward with the Max Payne remake, keep the spin reload. Yeah.
As master and
Max Payne's literally meant to be a John Woo tribute, so...
was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from
Suddenly
his
very hungry for cup noodles right now.
Above all, however, she was confused.
I said cast Resident Evil grow old without families and the destruction of the Redfield bloodline.
Comprehend her master's
Everyone but Jill. Jill canonically will not grow older.
were heaped upon him after his passing, served only to inflame
Leon only came a little bit inside Ada, and they never got together, just a little bit. Please don't burn us.
for years upon
And it was a CG movie anyway.
knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louis Soir I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
And they're supposed to release some art book that contains the story from the canceled Noctis DLC, which is the true ending. Yeah, Noctis DLC, and I think you were going to get a DLC for his girlfriend, too. I forgot her name. I think it was like Luna or something. But they were going to get DLC, and that was going to be the ending of the game. Because it was them in the afterlife, and they find out the truth. Which was the bad guy in 15 was just playing his role as dictated by the gods. Because you find that out in his DLC.
Hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louis Soir's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was and resolved to let her suffer.
Yeah, Luna Freya, yeah. Wasn't 15 supposed to be a musical at some point? Yeah.
The comfort she craved. And now she hath
God, Final Fantasy First 13 was goddamn near 16 years ago. Chat, we waited 16 years for an unfinished game.
Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louis Soir's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her.
15 still holds a special place in my heart because it was my first Final Fantasy. It was the first for a lot of people. So, you know.
Oh, I shall miss
You think Valve would ever learn to count to 3?
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the
15 being a musical was just an idea. Nothing really came of it. Yeah.
Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
Disney sucks so hard. What new worlds will Kingdom Hearts have going forward?
I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Alright. So we finished this one. Yeah, the gods really screwed over Arden. Well, that was the whole point of the DLC, to kind of figure out that, like, even Arden, who did a whole bunch of shit and basically ruined Noxus's life, he was just a tool of a larger plot. Nomura can do whatever he wants with Bucky now, just take off the gloves. Still, 15 being a musical is a fun joke to say whenever it's applicable, yeah. So we do this last one, and we will finish up the patch 2.5 quests, and we'll move on to the 2.55, which is the second half. And that'll be the final 16 before Heaven's Ward. We will officially have 16 quests to go through. Also, I'm going to go ahead and yeah, leave the party here. Because as far as I'm aware, there's no more need for queues for the night. I feel like with 13's reception and the change of direction of the series over the years, brain's damaged beyond repair. Since Sakaguchi left the series, no visions. That's how I feel. Are you talking about Final Fantasy? Because you're not wrong, but at the same time, it's not quite that bad. I don't think the brain is like damaged or anything like that. 16 did very well. I think it's a thing where right now they're coasting too much off 7 nostalgia. Because the only games really keeping Final Fantasy alive were 16, and that was just kind of a shot in the arm, because, I mean, it was a single-player action game, and it ended. 14, which continues to go, and they have Dawn Trail. I think they announced Final Fantasy 17. I think they did, and 17 is going to be a new MMO. I might just be making that up, and I might have dreamed that, but I heard that that's what happened. And you have the 7 remakes, which 7 remakes will be good for people who have never touched Final Fantasy before, and they want, like, fake Final Fantasy 7 nostalgia. At least Dragon Quest owes us Thunder. Yeah. Do you think we should have the ability to have GIFs as the thumbnail? To me, that's, like, I don't see the point of it. We already have previews. Care to explain why you're on the Epstein flight log list? I snuck on board because I wanted to be cool. 15 need more story beats, like more locations, more characters. I hate how they kill off Luna so soon. Well, because that stayed. You were supposed to watch a bunch of supplementary media along with it. Brand's in decline, but based on 16, they're on track to fixing it. That's what I think. I think they're working on ways to fix it. 16 had problems, like, I did not like a lot of the RPG elements of 16, where it was glorified action game where you never actually do more damage to enemies, you know?
But I was not, and you paid the price.
Gonna do the Rathalos quest? I don't know, maybe. It'd be fun. I have to look up the conditions for it.
Pick ourselves up and get on with it. and so we shall.
7 Remake was made for fans and new players, right? For remakes, the original FF7, and even Nomura's telling them to keep to the script, and with the change being intentional because Sephiroth. I know, but you get what I mean. They're splitting it off into like 4 different games, and it's bullshit. You can just buy Final Fantasy VII and just play the full game.
Life for death, a fair exchange.
Yeah, our cute dragon friend says weird shit. Like, you know how in anime, whenever the old dragon turns into a little one, and it's usually a cute, funny guy, he says weird things and he scares me. Barthol's quest is IO requirement, quest requirement, and story progression, Stormblood. Oh, okay. Final Fantasy VII would be 3 parts for now. Still remember the end of 15 when Noctis to the throne room and Arden had the king, his girlfriend, and the guy from Kingsclave hanging, and I say, who the hell was that guy? Because you're supposed to watch Kingsclave, and that's the problem. No one watched Kingsclave. Weird dragon, the west has fallen, billions must die. I mean, maybe I can take you into it. Well, not tonight. I'm finishing up this quest here, then I'm actually going to call it. I'm very tired. 15 had a horrible magic system. They were just grenades. They were just grenades in 15. It sucked. Mob scaling should never be a thing in a single-player game. Yeah, I can understand it with like Devil May Cry. If you get more skills or more weapons, enemies will start changing their tactics. That's cool. The way 16 did it kind of felt like, dude, I feel like I'm chopping the same amount of wood. At this point, I'm just doing it because I think those swords look cool. See, Dragon's Dogma 2 gameplay. I've been trying to keep away from it because I don't want to get spoiled. But I've seen some clips, and they look so good. I want my gut slurp. I refuse if I can't have my gut slurp. I dare make a faithful remake of the Drakengard series. Fucking dare them. Yeah. It says in the previews for verse 13, the magic was more traditional. Yeah, that's what people wanted. Hell, I'd like to see the ATB system come back. It says, focus on 7 is why I don't like. I hate modern 7 stuff. As me and my bro are big fans of the original. Feel free to disagree. I don't like the direction they're taking. No, I agree. I had problems with 7 Remake. I wasn't a big fan of how much they were showing off Sephiroth. And I get it. The whole point is you already know Sephiroth's there, but fuck you. Try to have some build up. Plan on going to college at all, or are you comfortable where you're at career-wise? I don't see any reason to go to college at this point. It is a whole bunch of money, wasted time, for something I could probably just go to a trade school and learn anyway. Yeah, Sephiroth's fucking with time via live stream or something. Exactly. It's like, I get it, but, you know. Are you a fan of old school side-scroll platformers like OG Prince Persia? They're pretty good, yeah. Fujo's demand Sephiroth, you will get him. Does ATB still use an FF7R since it was made by the 13 team? No, it's like a fucking, it's like a combat, you know, like, brawler thing. You can turn on turn-based mode, but it doesn't really mean anything. Alright. So we are now officially 16 quests away from Heaven's Board. We are on this one, and we have 16 more to go. So, for now, I'm going to call it. I am tired. But yeah, we made good progress today. We made very good progress today. A lot of it, once again, was just dealing with queues and fucking, you know, dungeons, but that be how it be in this bitch of an earth. So still, we did good. We did good. We are close to actual unironic Kino. So, and let me see here. I will have to go through and do the Light of Hope, which is a requirement for one of the other quests. Let me see that real quick. It's part of Crystal Tower, so you know. That's in Mordana. All right. I know where to go. So we will do that. So technically 17 quests, because I don't think I've done Light of Hope. But we will take care of it. College is STEM or don't go at this point. Nice to have a degree and has benefits, but now the quality of education is crap and debts just make it not a great investment. Yeah, debt traps. If you can get out of it and get like scholarships and shit to where it's fully funded, that's one thing. Everyone else is a debt trap. So yeah, from what I'm seeing here, should be, yeah, should be straight walk to Heaven's Ward. It'll be great. It'll be great. You have to choose how you die, She-Hulk or Titania. Why not both? Alright. Honestly, without Blind 7 Remake combat was, I wouldn't mind the combat just being 16s and Rebirth. Yeah. Duty and Stream When. That would be fun. Is there any other media you know that has a similar world as 15 Modern World mixed with fantasy? Technically 7, though. That's more like straight up, not cyberpunk, but like magic punk, where it's all running off magic juice, but it's like futuristic-y. I always like Magitech stuff. I like Magitech. I always thought that was cool. Alright. I think next time we'll bring in my Dark Knight aesthetic. Yeah, good shit. Good shit. But yeah, let me make sure we're all good. Fuck it, Scott for $1. Loli, where can I read the trustworthy versions of the list? Not the troll ones the toss pods want to use. Also, who is not on the Pedophile list. As stated, I posted a link to it in chat. Let me post it one more time just for security's sake. And it's at least the one that was released 2 days ago. There we go. I don't mind 7 Remakes combat, but you kind of have to break it. Yeah. Could check out Dragon Half. Good manga for people who like comedy and titties. Yeah, that could be fun. That could be fun. All right. Well, I'm going to call it here. I am tired. I am sleepy. Thank everybody who showed up. Very, very good time. Very good time. Yeah, good shit. And see ya.